Tēnei te ruru te kaukau mai nei ki hai mā whiti ki hai mā raka tūpoko nui o te ruru te reko he pō he ao kawatea ati hei mauri ora. Ka mihi atu ki nā atua kaharawa ho mai o kaha, ho mai o aroha ki a mātou I tēnei wā I nā wā katoa hoki. Ko raki e tū nei ko papatūnuku e takato nei. Ko tānei ko marukura, ko kahukura ki uta, ko takaroa ko marukura ki tai, tēnei nā mihi nā atua. Ka huri au taku whakaro ki nā tini aitua, ku wehe ki te pō, e nā mate o ia marae o ia taki wā, o ia motu, haere, hari atura. Apati hono tātou hono rātou ki a rātou, apati hono tātou ki a tātou, tēnei te mihi ki a koutou. Ko tai mai nei I tēnei wā I tō tātou hui o tēnei kaunihera. Ki te mana whenua nei o nai tua huriri, tēnei te mihi ki a koutou, mō koutou mahi tēnei whenua, tēnei nāhere, tēnei taiao, tēnei te mihi ki a koutou. Ki nā memo ta hāpori, ka hara mai nei I tēnei ata, ki te kōrero, ki te kaunihera nei, tēnā koutou, e mā takitaki nei, tēnā koutou, ki nā kai kaunihera, nā kai mahi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. So kia ora everybody, welcome to our 594th Council meeting of Te Kaunihera Tau ki Waitaha Environment Canterbury Regional Council. So kia ora. Happy to declare the meeting opened. We've definitely got a quorum present. Every councillor is present, and we've got Councillor Diche online, of course, so we're all here today, so no apologies. Just wanted to, first of all, make just an acknowledgement, really. People will be aware that this week the government announced some reforms around the RMA, or Tranche 3 of the RMA reforms. And of course, Cabinet's endorsed sort of a blueprint for how resource management could look in the future, and that proposes several changes that can and could impact how regional government works going forward. These could include changes to planning, consenting, compliance, monitoring and enforcement, and how that works, and who does that. And Council has done a lot of work in this space already, because the previous government also did a reform on the RMA as well. So we've done submissions over the last 3 or 4 years, including most recently, we've engaged with ministers. We've workshopped scenarios even amongst ourselves in the last term and into this term, and we're continuing those discussions now. We've heard from our constituents, and we've talked about the current and future systems, and we've also got our staff working on these matters. So I recognise that these proposed changes are potentially game-changing for regional government and our communities and Te Taiao as well. So, but rest assured, we're doing the mahi. We've got a job to do currently, and nothing changes there. And I want to ensure our council and our communities and our partners, including the Papatupi Runanga and our territorial authorities that are involved, we're working with them. And the next step for our council is that we're going to be briefed next Wednesday on the 3rd of April about those changes from staff. And like we've said, we've also been working on these, so councillors are thinking about these things in their mind. But in the meantime, they don't change anything that we're doing right now. We've got a job to do, we've got a long-term plan to implement, we've got an annual plan that's out for consultation, so we've got plenty of work to do, and we're focused on delivering those outcomes for our community. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I really look forward to engaging on these matters going forward in the next few weeks and months, and to see what positive things we can put into the debate around the changes. So yeah, thank you everybody. Important to acknowledge that, because it is massive change for the whole country. So like I said, no apologies for the council today. Are there any conflicts of interest with matters that are on the agenda? No, all good. So we'll move to our public forum, Deputations and Petitions section, and we do have a public forum today. And I know that we've got Danette, Wereta online, as well as Rebecca. And I know we've also got a few people in the room that are here to support this public forum as well. So ngā mihi. So Danette, you can turn your camera on if you want. Great. There you go. Kia ora. How are you? Basically, you got 10 minutes, Danette, to do your public forum. session. We have a bell if you get to about 9 minutes, just to let you know that 10 minutes is almost up. And then councillors can ask questions of clarification. So kia ora, Danette and Rebecca and the team in the room. I'll hand over to you. Where you go.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou. So thank you, Councillors Southwood and Robinson, for the invitation to speak today about Te Waihora. So I acknowledge all those joining us on the live stream today and those in the council chambers. Presenting with me is Rebecca Hartley from the Animal Justice Party, Policy and Executive Committee member, and as introduced, I'm Danette Wereta. ECAN is a key member of the Te Waihora co-governance group, whose documents state that Te Waihora is the symbol of life and vitality, yet actions and inactions tell a different story. As ECAN appears to be the only active party in the co-governance group, which we understand has not met for some time, you bear extra responsibility for upholding your obligations regarding biodiversity protection in Te Waihora. Our concerns are about recreational bird shooting, in particular, the impacts on biodiversity and its direct contradiction with your stated environmental obligations. Your own strategic documents outline specific commitments to 1, protect Indigenous biodiversity, 2, preserve critical habitat, 3, maintain ecosystem integrity, and 4, uphold conservation values. The practice of recreational bird shooting, killing for fun, fundamentally contradicts these commitments, and I will outline why. But first, while there are some points I could discuss, such as research that documents the societal harm of normalising killing, including studies linking animal cruelty to increased violence, and evidence that exposing children to recreational shooting desensitises them to suffering, today's focus remains singular: your governance responsibility regarding biodiversity protection at Te Waihora. This is not a discussion around the ethics of hunting or mahinga kai. Your own governance group's strategic summary celebrates Te Waihora as New Zealand's most diverse bird habitat. You promote it as a sanctuary, an internationally significant wetland, a place of natural wonder. Te Waihora is unique. It's home to 158 plus bird species, 133 of which are endemic or native. Yet, in the same sanctuary, you permit recreational killing. You cannot create a sanctuary for some birds while allowing others to be shot for sport in the same space. When shots are fired at Te Waihora, every bird experiences the impact, whether it's the target or not. The impact of gunfire, hunting parties' disturbance, and habitat disruption cause panic and harm, affecting all 158 species and the Te Waihora ecosystem, not just the so-called game birds. What is also interesting is that birds like the crested grebe are listed as birdlife on your co-governance website. Now, Lake Pearson, obviously in Canterbury, has taken huge steps to protect the crested grebe, and back in 2002, it became a wildlife refuge. ECAN even imposed a law to restrict speed, effectively offering protection from powerboats and jet skis. So a place cannot be both a protected wildlife sanctuary and a recreational killing zone, a bird watching destination and a shooting range, a symbol of life and a site of recreational death, a family recreation area and a place with guns. I'll hand it over to Bex.
So Te Waihora received a National Water Conservation Order, the highest form of water protection, equivalent to national park status for water bodies, specifically due to its wildlife values and unique ecosystem. As Danette has said, you cannot create a sanctuary for some birds while allowing others to be shot in the same place. The ecosystem doesn't recognise these artificial distinctions. New Zealand has also signed binding international conservation agreements that are breached by allowing recreational shooting of birds in Te Waihora. These include the Convention on Migratory Species, protecting birds that travel international pathways, This matters because they are legal commitments, not just aspirational documents, and they recognise Te Waihora's global ecological importance. And this matters because protected species don't understand safe zones. The entire habitat becomes a zone of fear. Feeding patterns are disrupted, breeding success is compromised, and population stability is threatened. The fundamental truth is this: you cannot simultaneously protect and destroy. Either Te Waihora is a protected sanctuary or it's a recreational shooting range. It cannot be both. The governance group must honour the international commitment and conservation order and stop recreational killing. These positions are irreconcilable. And that's back to you, Danette.
Thanks, Bex. There are also some other important legal issues to consider. The Animal Welfare Act of 1999. This requires prevention of unnecessary suffering, mandates a humane death, which requires retrieval of shot animals. Yet, water contamination can prevent retrieval. ECAN warns against water contact, which also means that injured birds can be left to suffer. This is illegal, and it currently can't be monitored or managed. Our call to action is very clear. ECAN must ban recreational shooting at Te Waihora.
So we recommend that you guys reconvene the co-governance group to address the policy contradictions, the environmental damage, and the community concerns. Additionally, ECAN must acknowledge the current failures, implement protective measures, stop deflecting responsibility to fish and game, and exercise its authority to protect ecological values. In closing, the co-governance group's own documents provide all the evidence needed to end duck shooting at Te Waihora. The question isn't whether it should end, but how much more damage will occur before you act. Te Waihora deserves more than beautiful words and strategic summaries. It deserves leaders who match actions to words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora kōrua, thanks for that. Do I have any questions from councillors? Ian, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Danette, you made a point of referring to recreational shooting as opposed to hunting for Mihi Kai. Are you distinguishing between the two?
Yes.
Yep, you are. Thank you, Danette. Yep.
So what is the difference?
So essentially shooting birds for fun is recreational. So there's mai-mais everywhere all along. Actually, I was down there last season and have to say there was so much litter and it's crazy. I recommend anybody going down during the duck shooting season. But yeah, shooting ducks for fun just seems really absurd when you think about the conservation order and the international commitments that we have. Why would we shoot ducks for fun there?
No, you haven't quite answered my question. My question is, what's the difference between hunting, shooting ducks for recovering the duck as food and shooting for fun? How do you distinguish between the two activities when they both look and feel pretty much the same?
They can look and feel the same. I guess one is that the duck has been eaten. I had a great conversation with Chair Pauline around that. There's some really different views, which is why I'm purposefully not entering into that conversation. And as I stated in my speech, this is not a discussion around mahinga kai. There is obviously warnings in the lake. Some people still believe that you can eat the birds in the lake despite those warnings. Some people completely disagree with that. I'm sure there's scientists that can answer that question a lot better than what I can. I am not entering this conversation around mahinga kai. However, I did, as a side note, find a great article published by Ngāi Tahu that actually outlined that shooting ducks was not for fun, was not mahinga kai. So yeah, it is hard to distinguish. However, we are saying that this is around recreational shooting, and I think that's a conversation that ECAN can then look at. Well, given that, how do you monitor and manage that, and where is the difference between potentially, for example, mahinga kai and hunting versus shooting ducks for fun?
Thank you. Councillor Cranwell, and then I've got Councillor Korako, Councillor Burns, and Councillor Robinson.
Kia ora kōrua, nei te mea atu kia koroa mo tō haramai tēnei ata ki te kōrero kia mātou. Thank you both for coming. Just a question, you talked about 158 bird species, and then when the duck shooting's on and the noise, have you got any done any research or etc. how this activity disperses the bird species and actually where they go at all?
No, that's a great question and probably something that needs to be investigated. As someone who's sat down there during duck shooting season, you can definitely see just visually the disruption of the birds. It's pretty horrific to watch and very unsettling because, birds obviously don't fly around and think, oh, well, I'm not on the list, I'm totally okay. We know that's not, that's beyond the bird's capability of thinking that way. But there definitely should be some investigation around that disruption.
Part of the...
You go,
Rebecca.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, so as part of the policy team, we are actually working to create the policy that is specifically for the recreational hunting, so competitions, that sort of vein, rather than forkai. So there is some research that does talk about the ecological disruptions and the dispersion of other species that are not targets. If you would like, we can get that to you if there is more information you guys are needing or would like.
Oh, there is
information. Yeah,
that'd be great, Rebecca. Just on myself, that we do gather swan eggs on the lake. In and around Waihora, and actually culling, which is you're talking about duck hunting more, but culling of species as well also has an effect in dispersal. And just over the last 20 years, we've noticed that that swans have stopped nesting in and around Waihora because of either culling and shooting as well. So just and also the poo teke teke, the crested grebe, unfortunately has left Waihora and moved to Wairewa because, Wairewa is a better spot, better lake than Waihora anyway. But kia ora, thanks for that.
Councillor Korako.
E mihi atu kia kōrua. Mauria mai e whakaako ki te kaupapa. Can I, first of all, just thank you and acknowledge your presentation because when I hear this happening again, and I must say that I'm the chair of the Ihutai Ahu Whenua Trust, and basically when you look at that, the whole of the Ihutai, the birds that visit there, the birds that actually live there, all of that, and we're having this thing around dogs at the moment, but your one is a little different. But it's also nonetheless, it's actually about, our Papatuanuku, the korowai, the fauna, the flora, and all of that. I know that these questions you may have had before, but I've just got two of them. And one of them is that, obviously there is that question that will come up, and I'm just wondering how you address it, is around how do you control, the population, the duck population, actually onto Waihora, through culling and things like that. So that's my first question.
Great question. And often what needs to happen and what happens very successfully in other countries is putting together that management strategy. I'm actually going to speak with a councillor at Christchurch City Council on Friday, as with the people in the room in your council chambers today, in regards to geese management strategy. So there is no one way to do it. You need to put together an effective strategy and look at what some of those initiatives are upstream for that successful management. Having a cull at the end isn't always the most successful way to do something. And I think what we're trying to say today is that when you're, shooting guns in a sanctuary that has a protection, conservation order and international obligations, is that the right thing to do? Surely there are other things to do. And that needs to be put together, that management strategy, rather than just someone shooting for fun and disrupting all 158 species. Though on the last council, maybe there's 157. We did get that information from your website. So sad to hear about the crested grebe.
Yeah. Supplementary? Chair? Yeah. I just have another question. I thought it was interesting around, trying to associate this with mahinga kai. And in the fact, we don't actually take mahinga kai for fun. A lot of it is actually about our own sustenance. It's also about being able to protect the habitats and all of that, and have a controlled one. So my other thing is that there will be probably, you've had these questions, is that, and I totally get, having a plan, around culling. There was some others actually with avid shooters, that duck shooters, swans and all of those. And they're saying, well, what about having silencers on guns, using other let's call them weapons, like bow and arrow or whatever, slingshot. So have you come across that?
Personally, no.
No.
Sorry.
Go, Bex.
Okay, I just, the biggest problem is we know that guns are, for instance, the most effective, and that is one thing that comes up a lot in hunting, and how is the most effective way. So I would say that letting people just go for it with a bow and arrow, that's not necessarily going to actually end the suffering of the animal proposed for food, whereas a gun would. And the big problem we're seeing is that a gun in a sanctuary is, any weapon in a sanctuary feels wrong.
I think as well, with the bow and arrow, you then risk the point that I made around the Animal Welfare Act, and it is illegal to have an animal left suffering, and so you have to have the retrieval of that duck, which is also hard at the moment given the health of the lake. So
okay, hey,
there definitely needs to be those strategies, and looking at the eggs and those types of things are working very effectively in other countries.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the presentation. You're on a journey, and it's really, if you look at Te Waihora and about what's happening over there, particularly around shooting and all of that, just think of us over at Whakatau, where we've got dynamiting of a quarry right next to a spawning bed, a kohanga, actually in Whakatau. And that's a marine sanctuary. Thank you.
Wow.
Councillor Burns.
Kia ora kōrua, and thank you very much for that. I know through my own experiences at places like Te Rawakaka, Jockey Baker Creek, to Kohanga wetlands, that you often have hunters leaving behind carcasses in piles. And I wondered, this is particularly topical now with another lot of avian botulism occurring. Did you come across that when you were out there last having a look?
Yeah, absolutely. And Animal Save did a fantastic job of documenting some of that. So that has been found. I've also read quite a lot of research recently around the high risk. It's coming out of America at the moment around the high risk of duck shooters handling the bird, and the risk that they hold to our agriculture community, because they can essentially transmit that bird flu. It goes to cows, it goes to humans. It is something that the policy team of the Animal Justice Party are very interested in at the moment and following. So a great risk that you have raised there, and very, very serious.
Kia ora, thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
No, thank you very much for speaking today. I must admit, just listening to you, it actually opens up another lot of questions on, some of the things that may have been happening or not. Just with regards to perhaps, undertaking a survey to look at some of the ramifications of, gunshots or noise in general, because you'd have to have some sort of control in place. What sort of avenues have you gone down to maybe look at the effects of those activities, and would you be prepared to do them or have something involved with them at all?
Absolutely, we'd
So-
love to be involved.
We are all volunteers, so a lot of the stuff that we have been able to do in this space is just research, reaching out to organisations, getting information from the experts in different areas. So it is hard for us to actually get boots on the ground to get that ecological surveying done, but we would really love to be involved in that and support that initiative as much as we can.
Just be very quick, because there's actually some work with the bittern population going on there as well, I believe. And so it might be, poignant to actually connect with some of these groups doing the work and just see if we can sort of match up some points. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's keep it to questions if we can for now, and we can have the debate when we do the resolution. But away you go, Vicky.
Yeah. So thank you for coming and speaking to us today. It makes logical sense to me, and I'll come to that in the debate. Just interested in what mechanisms do we have as Environment Canterbury to prevent? We're looking to put some sort of bylaw in place, or is there something within our current plans that we can change in order to make it not possible to go recreational shooting in this area? Have you looked at that?
Yes, thank you. And I think that is a great question. I think the two main points that we have called out today is around the conservation order and the international commitments. I think those are enough. All of the information that I shared today has come from your own strategic documents. So I think that you have it there within your own documentation to pull the pin on this, because essentially it is you're not meeting those commitments in a very black and white way. That's what we are calling out today.
Thanks. Any other questions? I don't think there is. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that, I think, Danette, in terms of, who the other authorities are in terms of who authorises recreational shooting, which is Fish and Game, and then obviously the Wildlife Act with Department of Conservation. So they are Department of Conservation is partners to the co-governance arrangement at Te Waihora. So I think that's something that we've previously the staff have provided feedback on. And my question would be, are you intending to go to North Canterbury Fish and Game or Department of Conservation to take these issues to them?
That's a great question, Chair Pauline. I think one of the things that I would, to answer the question in a roundabout way, but I ask you all to consider this. If recreational boating was eroding nesting banks and destroying wildlife habitat, just as an example, would you act? Or would you wait for another agency to intervene? Or would you recognise your duty to protect the ecosystem? Now apply that same thinking to recreational shooting. Why is it treated differently?
Good question, Danette. And in the response, if we do the resolution soon, that could be part of that. But I do understand we do have some statutory responsibility around navigational safety, so that's something we could do. But where we don't have that statutory authority, it is pretty tricky for us. So we can outline that in any response that comes back to you. So I'm keen to move to the resolution. So thank you again, Rebecca and Danette, for your presentation, and thanks for the questions from councillors. We've got a couple of resolutions here to look at. So to receive the public forum from Danette and Rebecca regarding 4.1 on the public forum, and to provide a reply back to Danette as soon as practical. If I got a mover for that, Councillor Southworth, and a seconder, Councillor Robinson. Does anyone wish to speak to this? Yep, Vicky.
Yeah. So just to say, the contradiction of shooting for sport and a bird sanctuary really resonates strongly with me. Like, that makes it, they are completely at opposite ends of the spectrum. I know, having been the representative on the Christchurch, the Avon Heathcote Estuary Ihutai Trust, that there was a lot of concern and advocacy to Christchurch City Council to move the fireworks night because of the amount of disruption to the birds from fireworks. That's, from the noise of fireworks, which is a one-night event. That was the 5th of November Guy Fawkes Night, which is a weird thing to celebrate in New Zealand anyway. But that was very much seen to be impactful and the bird, a lot of bird experts and people who know a lot about birds on that particular trust. So, I can certainly see that there's a risk here that there's, impacts on the bird populations from shooting in that lake. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. Was it Greg? Yep.
Yeah, very briefly again, thank you very much. And I personally take on the fact that you are saying to re-establish the regular meeting of the advisory management group out there. I think that's something that we can hopefully definitely take away. Thank you.
No.
Look, I think I'm with Councillor Southworth actually around this is a contradiction. And we should support this actually because let's take away these contradictions. And so I think hopefully we're going to, I don't know what the next steps are, Chair, but I for myself actually completely support this work. And thank you to to Rebecca and Danette as well for coming here to highlight this issue. Kia ora.
Councillor McKenzie.
Well, I just want to make the point that neither of the two speakers, as far as I could understand, want to ban shooting. They just want to ban shooting for fun. And so clearly we have to establish what's the difference between hunting for food and hunting for fun. And I declare that I go hunting for food. I hate it. I hate it with a passion, in which case I'm allowed to do it. That seems an absurdity to me, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Cranwell.
Yeah, just like to acknowledge the two speakers today just coming in and bringing this to our attention. As a Mihi Kai gatherer and seeing what shooting does to the Kakiano population in and around to Waihora, and then seeing the population dwindle over time. I support what we can do for this, and then also just to correct Danette, I was just saying that the Pūteketeke crested grebe had just moved around the corner just because it was safer. In a sense, there's probably hardly any shooting in and around Wairua, but also it just shows that they prefer a better lake. That was all. Kia ora.
I think they're still at Te Waihora too, actually. There's just a more visible population at Wairua because it's a smaller lake. But anyway, now you can see them better. Councillor DJ.
Kia ora. Just wanting to note that since the speakers brought it up about the avian bird flu and the link to the U.S. information, since Trump has taken office, President Trump has taken office, things like the CDC website and a lot of the scientific data has been stripped from public access. So we're kind of flying blind on a lot of the updates. I have been reading from scientific papers from other countries. Spain was the last one I think that I saw regarding research down in Antarctica, talking about a massive die-off this last summer season there. So there are some genuine concerns that we need to take very seriously.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, I think that's all the debate. Oh, yep, Vicky.
Sorry,
go back to you.
I don't normally use this, but I forgot to say that even if it's not in our power to do a bylaw or something very explicit with this, we can at the very least advocate and connect with DOC and with Fish and Game as the council. So I think we can.
Yeah, and definitely like DOC is part of the officials group for the Waihora stuff, so they have been involved. In terms of next steps, Nick, in terms of your point, it would be the letter that we write back to Danette would outline those things, so that would be some clarity and that would be published in our next meeting or whenever that happens, but probably by the next meeting in the Chair's report, so you'll get to see that, and if there's any issues that aren't clarified through that, then we could bring that up as another discussion. So that would be the next step after we put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? You want that recorded? Councillor Sunkel, Councillor Ward, and Councillor McKenzie. Cool, all good. That's carried. Thank you. So we'll thank you, Danette and Rebecca, again. and that'll be the next step. So kia ora, thank you. And thanks to those in the room that came to support as well. Thank you. And Paul, I think you can stick your hand down there unless you've got another question, but I think you just might not have put your hand down.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Sorry
Thank you.
about that.
Ka pai. So let's move on to our next matter. We don't have any deputations or petitions at this meeting. Is there any extraordinary or urgent business? I haven't been notified of any. No, thank you. And we're going to move into our notices of motion. So we do have one today from Councillor Scott. So I'll hand over to you, Councillor Scott, if you're keen to speak to this first. Have you got a seconder at the moment? Councillor Sunkel, cool. So away you go, Peter.
Look, I'll leave the opportunity to speak to this until the end, Chair. There's a councillor that's foreshadowed an amendment to this motion, so we might just go to that.
We got some wording for that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Grant?
Yeah, yes, it's pretty simple, really. I mean, I'm supportive of the motion generally, but just at the end, where it refers to staff advice presented to the Strategy and Policy Committee in June, if suggesting that gets deleted, and the staff advice will be presented to the Audit and Risk Committee on the 15th of May 2025.
Yeah, we'll just have to get the staff to write that in because they haven't been sent it. So it'll just take a second. So even Grant, we'll just adjourn for a minute, and Grant, if you come and help, and Peter, if you want to, as the mover, come and make sure it's right. Yep. Kia ora. So we're back, people. So should we bring that up on the screen, the amendment? So we've checked the stand orders on this, and for a notice of motion, it can be amended by the mover before it's formally moved and seconded. So that's what we're just going through at the moment. So just a question to the mover from me. So you don't want it to go to the Strategy and Policy Committee. You just want it to go to ARC, and then from there.
This is nothing specifically against the Strategy and Policy Committee, but I do think that the skills that are required to actually flesh this out, and I'll talk to this at the end of the motion, actually, why I think that
cool.
Sits within that committee.
Oh, good. So you're happy, Peter? You want to move?
Yeah,
that
I'm
now?
happy. I'm happy that.
And John, you want to second that? Ka pai. Thank you. Now, where you go. Peter, and then I'll go to you, John, if you want to speak next. But where you go.
No, I'll speak at the end.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very happy to support this notice of motion, and I refer fellow councillors back to the work that was done in the years 21, 22 around the Investment Entity Investigation Committee, where we looked at the opportunities for CCOs, CTOs and the like, and how we might be able to progress a number of matters. There are papers sitting within that investment entity investigation on Box on Tap, and particularly the one dated 10th of the 3rd, 2021, lists what could be achieved within the different asset classes we have, and other papers which identify risk and challenges and the like. So from my perspective, we did a lot of work. We were almost at the point of bringing that work to council when we had some change in a senior leadership team, and other things became a priority, and it fell over. I would like us to get to a position where we can enable change. So it's not saying we will do it tomorrow, but having an understanding of what we can achieve if that is where we want to go. And in our conversation around what futures of PT and some of those things look like, I think there's a general agreement at the table with the restructuring that we may, and I say very carefully may, look to go to a CCO or a CTO or some entity. So for me to be a nimble council, we need some structures in place, a really clear understanding of both the risk and the reward and the opportunities, just doing that full analysis. So much has been done, but I would like to see us progress that work to a point where if we did decide to take action on whether it's public transport or other assets, that we've got some really strong background and understanding of what those risks and opportunities are and statutory responsibilities. So my reasons for supporting this is to get us as nimble and positioned as well as we can for what the future might look like. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Now, I'll take speakers next, but if you do have questions, you are able to ask them of Peter as well, and or staff if they have some opinions on it. So I'll go to you, Greg. Then I've got Genevieve and Vicky.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and I'll be very quick. I'm going to support this. It was interesting, Councillor Sunkel talked about a previous investigation in investment entities, and I look at our relationship with the Christchurch Foundation, which probably wasn't such a great thing, and I'm actually, I think the Audit and Risk Committee, when it comes to anything financial and investigation, is definitely the right place. Along with the fact that we have some independents in there as well, who's that's their modus operandi as far as their areas of expertise. So yes, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Grant, Councillor Ridge.
Thanks very much, Peter, for bringing this motion to us. I think it's timely that we raise this issue and look at this issue a lot better. And I think bringing it back to Audit and Risk Committee sort of follows on from the work that actually started in August 2020, where Council were presented with an overview of potential options through Gemelli Consulting Group, and then the Investment Entity Investigation Committee was established in October 2020. And the terms of reference there included the idea of investigating whether or not a separate council-controlled organisation would be possible. And as Councillor Burns has just said too, I mean, part of that investigation also looked at things like other options. Philanthropy was one of those things that we looked at. We heard from a range of advisors at that time, including Paul Munro, who was the current CEO of Christchurch City Holdings at the time. And as Councillor Sunkel has said, and I suppose partly due to COVID, during the time that we were beginning this process, that it just didn't really go anywhere after that. In fact, the advice that we had wasn't all that rosy at the time. But look, it's worthwhile moving on. And I think we should take advantage through the Audit and Risk Committee of our new independent members to provide a little bit of external advice as well. So I support this.
Thanks, Grant. Claire, did you want to speak? Yep. Oh, push.
Sorry, only that the clarity's actually not there for me, and I've just put my glasses on, but I see a lot of dots between Between the lines.
Oh, sorry. That's just the format that's up on the screen. We can change that.
I will be supporting it.
There you go. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nook, and then Ian. Kia ora, Councillor Kora.
Kia ora, ko whakahaere. Hey, yeah, I'm going to support this. I think that, as Councillor Edge said, is that there's actually some real good examples that we can use in this organisation on why we should actually support this and why we should do this. The other thing, it's really good to see that the report, the analysis and all that actually will highlight precedents as to other organisations that have actually gone down this track. And then the other part is hopefully that report will also give some enlightenment by staff as to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, I support this motion, and it's been my reflection over sitting on this council for 5 years that there's very little commercial expertise or in terms of making decisions around how to maximise the value of our assets, and also the strategy around some of our major responsibilities, such as public transport. And I think setting up a structure that perhaps is a little bit more commercially focused for some activities, and I look at our land portfolio, commercial buildings and forestry assets, and taking that away from council decisions, but actually making it more of a commercial decision which could advise council, can only have benefits for the ratepayer and for this council.
Thanks, Ian. Just mindful, have we got any matters, calls to the contrary? Because if not, I think there's some support just to get this to the vote. But are you supporting Councillor Greenwell? Happy if it's brief.
Oh no, yes I am. Just I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Scott for this. I really liked in that one sentence it says council-controlled organisations for such delivery such as PT. So I really love to see PT in a CCO. Kia ora.
Go, Councillor.
Yeah, look, the criticism, I guess, of my own notice of motion is that it's pretty generic in its thrust, and I'd just like to thank Robin Robin Fitchett, General Counsel, for her work that she's done on that, because it didn't look like that when I put it in, and I think it's much better now. But the criticism is, so what are you talking about? Well, where do we start with this? Because there's already heard some examples, but our forestry assets, our public transport, trading for energy opportunities, those are the sorts of things that I'm looking at. And the criticism that that we can have is that our financial literacy and intelligence isn't always there when we start out. And the hard thing is when you come back into you're a new councillor, you've got to learn what everyone's talking about. And I think in my view anyway, with CCOs and CTOs, trading opportunities, I think that stuff already exists, so it becomes part of the hardwired stuff for your council, so you're off to a running start. So thank you very much for your support, Chair, and I'll just leave it at that.
Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Let's move on to number 7. And we've got 7.1, which is all our minutes from our last meeting, and it's quite a chunk of pages there. It goes all the way through to 148, and that's due to the number of petitions and public forums we had at our last meeting, so you'll see that all there. Do I have any questions in regards to the minutes? No, if not, we'll put the resolution up on the screen. And that's to confirm the minutes from the council meeting held on the 26th of February 25. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Ward, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Southworth, thank you. Any discussion required? No, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. We'll go to our first report item for discussion, 8.1. That's on page 149, so you have to flick through those number of pages to get to 149. And this is our paper on the public transport private revenue ratio targets. And I've got Giles to come to the table, our Director of Corporate and Transport Services, and we've got Stuart Gibbon online as well, who's our General Manager of Public Transport Services. So, Giles, are you up first, or straight to Stuart?
Suggest you go straight to Stuart,
Okay.
Chair. I'm here to provide support in the room while Stuart's online at home.
Oh, Stuart, from your beautiful apartment, where you go? Where you go?
Kia ora koutou. Apologies for not being able to be present today. Listen, I'll take the papers as read, but a few key things I'd like to cover off to start the conversation. As Council knows, NZTA, through direction from the GPS last year, set some new private revenue targets for public transport authorities to achieve in terms of a private revenue perspective. Across the motu, public transport authorities generally deemed those targets to be unrealistic and subsequently engaged with the then Minister of Transport, Simeon Brown, to have a discussion on perhaps looking at some more realistic and more reasonable targets. And that meeting resolved for councils to adopt some new, more realistic targets by the end of March, and that's what this meeting is about. So in bringing these targets to council, staff have considered a range of different aspects, including the level of service we currently provide to our community, when we're thinking about whether we should reduce services or not, the funding outcomes from the National Land Transport Program, which limited a number of the initiatives that Council were intending to do out of its long-term plan, the timing of the delivery of national ticketing system, particularly for Environment Canterbury as first adopter, noting that has a number of mechanisms in it to enable a range of private revenue opportunities. And that also influences the resources we currently have available in ECAN to divert to other activities such as this. Council have also made some recent decisions around fares, moving the adult fare from $2 to $3 and the child fare from $1 to $1.50 later this year. And those changes will directly contribute to improved private revenue outcomes. Council have also resolved to adjust fares annually. So we would expect to see fare revenue growth on an annual basis. We also have in our work program a plan to retender our advertising contract later this year, with a new contract commencing in 2026, and that too is expected to generate an improvement in private revenue. And then we've incorporated in our thinking the expected patronage uplift that we will get from our Route 7 service improvement, scheduled to be delivered on the 28th of April this year, the opening of Parakiori, the sports facility in the central city next year, and of course Te Kaha Stadium coming on stream. Those three initiatives will generate further patronage uplift and therefore further fare revenue. And we've also accounted for fare revenue increases generated from the transition to NTS. We've already had some briefings to Council, and we've outlined to you some ideas on exploring a range of revenue generating opportunities. It's important to reflect that none of those opportunities in and of themselves will generate the significant amount of revenue expected from the government targets. So it will require a combination of activities to be undertaken to build our private revenue contribution. We've also included an alternative higher stretch target for Council to think about, and that higher stretch target basically assumes a more accelerated attainment of private revenue outcomes from the initiatives that we think we should pursue. And so this, of course, is reliant on resource prioritisation within the organisation to enable us to divert our resources to those activities. It requires the availability of NTS functionality and a more favourable outcome to our revenue initiatives than we have otherwise forecast. And the further stretch target sees revenue increase by a further 8% in year 3. The alternative and more certain way of achieving that revenue increase in year 3 is simply to increase fares further again to attain that extra revenue outcome. So at this time, we haven't incorporated any substantive service reductions, although that is a lever that council could choose to pull in future years. And so this option is still open to council, but would require community engagement if we were going to look at reducing our network. I'll leave it there and open to questions.
Kia ora, thanks, Stuart. And I didn't mean to make a joke at the start of this because it is a pretty serious topic, and acknowledge the work and the challenge that this poses to our public transport services. I've got a question from Councillor Swiggs, Councillor Sunkel, Councillor Southworth, and I think Councillor Reed had a question too, so we'll go in that order. Where you go, Dion?
Stuart, Giles, thanks for bringing the paper to us. I've got a couple of questions about... I'll start with one of the things that you mentioned at the end around the no service cuts at the moment. I'm a little bit surprised that we're not talking about service optimisation, and when can we have a realistic conversation around this table about service routes that are costing quite significant amounts of, well, have significant subsidies on them, versus the routes that are performing very well, and optimising our network? Is that going to be, when will that be? I know we're going to get good data from NTS when it finally arrives. So when, I really want to understand that, because I think that's really important.
So council will be aware that network optimisation was one of the initiatives approved through the long-term plan as part of the Public Transport Work Programme. And so we have commenced work on that at the moment. In terms of low-performing routes, there are 3 currently that are made available to council through our public transport dashboard on a quarterly basis, which you would have received the last one in February this year. Now, ironically, those 3 services, while they have a very high level of subsidy, the core reason behind that is they are very low level of service and consume very little assets. And so from a community perspective, they are there for access purposes only. And so while we could consider and will provide information for council to consider repurposing that funding, it doesn't actually enable us to have access to any more assets, because the assets being used for those services are already committed to other routes. They get diverted to these services as part of that wider route plan. So in order to get improvements in optimisation, we need to free up assets to apply them to other services to make those services more attractive. So that's a piece of work that we've yet to do.
Okay, I think that's something that this council does need to understand. I wasn't fully aware of that, how that works, and I think that would be quite useful, especially as we move into this phase of expectations. The other question I have of the stretch option 1 and stretch option 2, I look at the passenger boarding. This is on page 152 of the agenda. The passenger boardings, your assumption is that you're actually going to have more passengers for the stretch option 2. What was that assumption based on?
That option was based on a higher uptake of our services from the introduction of Parakiori, Te Kaha, engagement with Motu Move through the credit card payment and mobile phone payment capability. So all we've done in the stretch target is assumed a higher level of revenue outcome and engagement with our service.
Okay, that's good. And for your stretch option 2, the revenue for advertising is higher. I just wanted to ask, the city council owns the infrastructure, the bus stop infrastructure around the city, and they've got ad shells in those which generate advertising opportunities. That revenue isn't included in our revenue for public transport, is it? Now, this is where I see this as quite a bizarre situation, where public transport as a whole has been asked to have increase its revenue, but we can only increase revenue on one part of the public transport. So are we having conversations with the City Council and NZTA to actually wrap the entire revenue opportunities for all of our public transport facilities, such as the bus exchange, the ad shell on the bus stops and all those other opportunities there, because that would have a material impact on the amount of revenue we can generate?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the revenue that a territorial authority might obtain from their public transport infrastructure is retained by them, and that is used to offset their investment in that infrastructure. So in the case of Environment Canterbury, we don't contribute funds or account for much of the infrastructure investment that happens in the Greater Christchurch network. Some of it goes through our books, and we are currently engaging with CCC to understand how their advertising revenue works. But it's important to recognise that our financial view of the world is primarily based on our accounts, not a third party's accounts.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that we are being asked to increase revenue for private share for public transport, and this is part of the public transport ecosystem. So what I want to understand is how we can somehow, is it a creative or clever accounting to be able to account for that as part of the revenue that's generated by public transport operations or services within the city. So I don't think you can answer that now, but I think that might be something that we can do to better, to increase the numbers there.
Yeah, we would have to account for the costs as well if we're going to account for the revenue.
Oh, that's semantics, but thank you. Thanks for the answers.
Just following up on Dion's first question, Stuart, about the timing of the work. So there's work underway around optimisation. Does it also feed into the rest of network review stuff? And what's the time frame on when we start seeing some of that information coming back to council?
The rest of network activity is focused on the investment case for PT Futures, whereas network optimisation is looking at what we have now and how we might better utilise the resources we currently have or improve the level of service that we currently have without adding new assets. So that work is underway now. In terms of giving you an insight into, in particular, those three routes that are highly subsidised, I could suggest that we could bring that information to you in June this year.
Thanks, Stuart. I've got John next, Grant, Vicky, and then I'll go to you, Ian. So, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. Dion's touched on, I think, a number of the matters I'd made comment on. And I guess my overarching question is, are we being aspirational enough in looking at option one as to opposed to option two? And is there some political expediency there if we had a crack at option two, showing some faith with government? But the counter of that is, what would be the risk of not achieving? And I note in the papers there's sort of ups and downs and ifs and buts, just some clarity around maybe the political expediency of trying to do a little bit more, and it's only another 1%, but it's a few $1 million, versus the risk of not achieving. And if I looked at the optimisation, I've got 2 bus routes in Selwyn where we could use a lot more capacity, particularly in the morning. So, how do we optimise? How do we incentivise? How do we keep people on a bus if they sit there and go, well, there's no guarantee of a seat or a stand, so I will continue to drive my car?
So in terms of aspirational targets, as I've mentioned in the paper, Council can choose to be as aspirational as they like. We will be working as hard as we can to deliver whatever we can. That's essentially the purpose of the paper. We've identified some activities that we can do to drive revenue. They don't at this stage seem to suggest that they're going to achieve any significantly large private revenue targets, but nevertheless, Council can choose to set quite aspirational targets if they choose. At the end of the day, we can only deliver what we can deliver. We have no clear guidance from NZTA at this stage as to consequence of not achieving targets. All we've been advised, which is articulated in the paper, that it would be taken into consideration in the next funding round as to allocation of funding to a public transport authority. The key thing that we've been asked to do is to demonstrate that we are actively working towards achieving a target.
Thank you. Grant?
Thanks, Stuart. I'm kind of looking at option 2 as well. Although I am aware of your on page 153 that item 23 there. I suppose I'm wondering in terms of the question that John asked about what's the risk of not achieving. If we went, for example, in 2026, 27 to try to achieve a 17% share as a target, and I'm suggesting 17% because it's reported that in 2010 we were at peak patronage of 17.2 million pre-earthquake. That dropped dramatically to 11 million in 2021. We're now up to 14.2 million. I'm just wondering, as an aspirational target, is it potentially achievable if we aimed at 17, showed the government that we were seriously trying to move towards that?
So just point of clarification through you, Mr. Chair, are you saying 17 million passenger boardings or 17% private share?
I think it's 17 million passenger boardings.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
But,
no, it's a good point to raise. Just important for us to recognise context here. Pre-earthquake, as you quite rightly pointed out, Councillor Edge, the patronage had reached a high of around 17.2 million trips. And then, of course, we had the earthquake. And since the earthquake, the network was substantially reduced because the central city was closed for 2 years and the network got sort of dismantled somewhat. And therefore, we didn't have any decent fare revenue to support and sustain a public transport network. So the network was rationalised and reduced by 20%. As councillors are aware, very little investment has been made in growing the network since the earthquakes. While we have tried on many occasions to seek government funding and local funding to grow the network, we are still 18% smaller than the pre-earthquake network today, both in terms of kilometres travelled and fleet on the road, so i.e. seating capacity. So it's probably a bit of a stretch to suggest that we should be able to achieve the pre-earthquake patronage numbers with a network that is some 18% smaller and has less accessibility than it did pre-earthquake. And so that's why staff feel somewhat nervous about trying to achieve that target when we fundamentally believe that the network is not designed to achieve that target.
It's a really good answer, Stuart. It's good to get that context around how big the network is now compared to what it was, and so therefore the numbers that we had previously, match that. So thank you. Do you have any other question, Grant?
No, it was good to clarify that 17 million versus 17% in those figures, but the patronage boardings are still increasing under option 2, but not all that much.
Cool. Vicky?
Yeah, thanks, Stuart. I'd just like a bit more clarification. What does more aggressive advertising contract outcomes mean? Like, what is more aggressive? I mean, is it more aggressive advertising or the way the contracts are pulled together?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a very, very good question. So there are two aspects to more aggressive advertising, At the moment, Council will be aware that we have some policies which constrain the nature of products that are advertised on our network. So, for example, we don't advertise tobacco or firearms on public transport. So one option would be for Council to relax those constraints, and that would potentially open up the opportunity for more advertising interest in the market. But also the second side of more aggressive advertising is to offer more of our fleet to be available to explore other opportunities. So in-bus advertising, things like that might grow the advertising contribution to public transport.
Is it the same point? Yep, I'll go to you, Greg, and then come back to you, Ian. Yep.
Yeah, thanks for that, Stuart. So, given one of the first things this government did when it got into office was to remove some of the smoke-free legislation, in your comment then, are we likely to see the Camel Express or the Marlborough Motto move through our network? Is that what you're sort of proposing as a potential?
Through you, Mr. just to clarify, I'm not necessarily proposing that. I'm just suggesting that is a scenario that Council might consider.
Thanks, Stuart.
Ian?
I'd like to think my question is relatively simple, Stuart, but on point 18 on page 152, you say NZTA has subsequently communicated they're seeking more aggressive targets. Does that mean that if we were to adopt option 1, that would be a slap in the face to government direction? Are they basically saying option 1 isn't good enough, we need to aspire to at least option 2?
I'll draw Council's attention to item 10 in the paper to start with, where it outlines what the targets were that were proposed for Canterbury and the national targets across the year. So you can see there for this current fiscal year, it was proposed that we would achieve 18%, next year 25%, and the third year 38%. So to give you some context, in order to achieve a 38% private revenue share in year 3, we need to find another $30+ million of revenue without increasing the cost footprint that we budgeted for in year 3.
So, Stuart, if I can just interrupt, Stuart, because I understand the difficulty of moving away from option 1, and you make that very clear in your paper. What I'm interested in is what will be the NZTA's reaction to us having more conservative aspirations, as opposed to if point 18 says they've told us we have to be more aggressive in our targets. I understand the difficulties of achieving the targets, and I'm not questioning how awkward it will be for you and your staff. What I'm asking is, what's NZTA's reaction going to be if we adopt option 1 as opposed to option 2?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not really in a position to sort of speculate on what their reaction may not be. I know that staff have suggested to us that we should put more aspirational targets to Council for consideration, and we've articulated to NZTA that we can manufacture any targets we like to put in front of Council, but that is effectively what we would be doing, manufacturing targets that were likely to be unattainable. And I think at the end of the day, this is the question, is what are we trying to decide here? Are we trying to decide a target to aspire to, or are we trying to decide what we can realistically deliver? It could be both.
Thanks, Stuart. Giles, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, just to add to what Stuart said, we've had a number of conversations with NZTA staff in different parts of NZTA. They have repeatedly indicated that there is an expectation for more aggressive targets. I also believe that whichever target Council adopts out of the two that have been presented, given that we believe as staff they are both a stretch to achieve, that there is an expectation from NZTA that we are very clear about why those targets have been set, given that my understanding is that they are some way short of what other PTAs are setting, potentially with the exception of some of the larger ones who already have a relatively high private revenue share. Staff advice has tried to balance what we believe is extremely challenging but potentially realistic with extremely challenging and less realistic. Even though the percentages are differences are very small, it actually puts a huge amount of challenge given that we have very few levers to pull, particularly over the timescale that is envisaged.
So just to get it absolutely clear, so what you're saying is, I mean, I get what you and Stuart are saying, which is option 1 is more realistic, the chances of achieving option 2 are relatively small, but the reality is NZTA is saying push to be more aggressive, even if you don't achieve those targets, will be more politically acceptable than having achievable targets.
In part, yes. I believe that we have to be prepared to explain whichever target council. They will be some way short of what may be presented as an equitable distribution of increase across the country, and so we are aware of that. We have quite a strong narrative to support the targets, whichever council decides to adopt. We are obviously working with Taff and her team. So I think we can expect some interest in that space when national targets or comparators are published, regardless of which target the council decides to adopt.
I just have a follow-up question that relates to something that Dion asked earlier on, and similar to Councillor Edge's Grant's question as well. So I think I heard you say that the option 2 target just mainly is different because we're expecting more passenger boardings and a bit more advertising revenue, but it's not about fare increases. Can you just explain that, or does option 2 budget in fare increases as well?
So no, we've accounted for all the decisions that council have currently made around fares, and noting that that would see a fare increase later this year and then again in February 2027 through an annual adjustment. So it doesn't account for any further fare changes that council may choose to make between now and then. It just assumes a higher patronage uptake, a higher advertising revenue, and higher revenue from other sources that we're looking to explore.
Cool. Thanks, Stuart. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Thanks, Stuart, for the really good feedback and advice on this. Thanks you, Giles, as well, and the team. Should we put the resolutions up on the screen? So as we know, with the staff recommendation there's a bunch of noting resolutions there, and then number 5 is the key resolution around adopting the staff recommendation of option 1. I'm just thinking, how should we do this? Do we want to do them all together, or would we like to do 4 and then get to 5? Yeah.
I could potentially move an amendment to 5, so the first 4.
Okay, cool.
Get through. Thank you.
We'll do that first just to get them out of the way. So let's go. Have I got a mover for 1 to 4? Yeah, Councillor Burns, and seconded by Councillor Davies. Any discussion on them? No? Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried, thank you. And let's go to number 5. Have I got a mover for the current resolution 5? Councillor Scott, do I have a seconder for number 5? If we don't have a seconder, then that will fail, and we'll have to go to a second option. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's just see. So moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Burns. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I would.
And I know you've got a... Yeah.
Sorry, I would like to speak that. This is one time that I'm very strong in my view that staff recommendations should be supported. And the reason for that is they operate within the network and on the network on a day-by-day basis and have a great skill level and understanding what is and what is not possible. This network that we're talking about here is our network, and we know it's difficult. But the other thing I'd say to NZTA, the bespoke nature of public transport networks are understood best by the people in those regions, and that's been my point all along with this. I've been involved in public transport, not so much now, but have been for the last nearly 8 years, and I think that the advice that we've received from staff all along has been specific to what is possible. We haven't got really many great controls at the moment, and us being able to reach into ratepayers' pockets and take more money out of them just surprises me at this point in time. We're about to do our annual plan, and we want to be, shall I say, frugal? But this matter here is significant enough for us that I think we should stand on what's in front of us, and we should support staff, and we should make that really clear to NZTA, and if possible, the Minister, actually.
Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Look, I represent many of the communities in this city that are going to struggle with whatever we do as far as we've made our fare increases, for example. That's going to impact a lot of people. We've made the decision to remove cash. That's going to affect a lot of people. And I heard the word optimisation moved earlier on, and I absolutely support the fact that we should be looking at routes. But whenever I hear the word optimisation, I think of the number of people on those lesser patronaged trips who PT is their only source of travel around the city. So sheer numbers and return of money is not necessarily the public good that we probably need. And I can think of a number of the services too that when they go, Rapaki is a good example looking over it. I know Councillor East, when he talks us out about South Brighton, we had a delegation in from Aranui when they lost their service, how difficult it is to get one back. And so I worry about those things. I also worry about our staff in that we are getting advice from them, and I thought Stuart really nailed it. We could say we're going to deliver 38%. There's no reason why we can't say that now, put it in there. But we know that we're going to grossly under-deliver. And I think the important part is that we set a target that we think we are going to achieve. It would be great if we over-deliver. Not much point, though, if we put something in there and we fail miserably, in my point. And finally, I made light of the Camel Express or the Marlborough Mover as forms of advertising, but certainly we can possibly be a bit more creative in that type of area there as a way of trying to up the revenue that comes in, the private revenue. And thank you. That's about all I got to say. I'll ramble otherwise.
Cool. Let me just take a list of those who want to speak. So we've got Yayan next, Vicky, Grant, Claire. And I'm mindful that I think the way that we need to do this, people, is be really mindful. If you don't support this, then you know what to do. And if you want to see option 2, then you know what to do. But that's why I'm really interested in hearing the debate. So I think this is the main debate that we should have around this one. If you don't support it, then let us know. And if you do, then we'll put it to the vote and we'll go from there. So thank you. Who else put their hand up? So I've got Ian, John as well. Cool, thank you. Where you go, Jan?
Kia ora tātou. Initially, I was going to vote against all the recommendations put in this paper today, just because, once again, overreach, I feel, from this current government. Former Minister Brown, our Minister Bishop of Transport, infuriates me. Kind of a lot of the work that local local work that's done in and around, especially here in Canterbury, Waitaki, and then just the work that Stuart and his team has done, looking at the public transport to lower emissions, to get more people on the buses, thinking about climate change, and then getting more cars off the road, etc. Unfortunately, this current government doesn't agree with any of that, and then they've put the pressure back on councils. And so initially I was going to vote against it all just on that principle, but after hearing Councillor Scott, and especially just in the last conversation he just said regarding we should support staff recommendations. So thank you, Councillor Scott. You kind of really clarified me on that. So Tinakwe, I'll be voting for it. Kia ora.
Thank you, Vicky.
Yeah, so it's not an enormous amount of difference really between options 1 and option 2. Like we're really talking fairly arbitrary options, and not least because a lot of our opportunity to really configure our public transport service and so on has just been completely cut off at the legs with the removal of any funding for the further plans we had for public transport for the PT Futures work. The talk of when you look at the amount of revenue extra you have to pull in from fares, which is the biggest opportunity we have to raise more revenue, the risk of losing patronage and the risk of impacting our community who are really, really, really rely on public transport and keeping it affordable because other costs are also going up that are essentials like food and rent and so on. No, we're just in an absolute between a rock and a hard place. And I really appreciate how staff have been really clear about wanting to maintain and continue our patronage levels. I think that's really, really important and really interesting to hear that clarification around how our service is actually 18% behind where it was pre-quake, which is, a pretty sorry state of affairs. And it just demonstrates how much we have to do. And in a time of knowing that climate change is such a significant impact and we have to do more for emissions, and yet we can't transition to EV as quickly as we'd like either. And it also has an effect on air quality, also has effect on congestion. But at the end of the day, I think the clarifying difference, as Councillor Scott's pointed out, is around staff advice. And so I'm happy to support option 1 and go with the staff advice on this. And I hope we can just keep advocating as a council to improve our public transport services and keep focused on the importance of why we have it and who it's for. Kia ora.
Thanks, Vicky. Grant?
Yeah, I just want to thank Stuart for his the conversation we've just had and a very good, clear report outlining the issues that are before us. And I agree with Councillor Scott. Staff have given a recommendation for option 1, and I support this, even though I think, in the words of Stuart, we could manufacture another target, but that would be an absolute waste of time and not achieve public confidence and there's some realism about what staff have recommended here. I'm particularly looking at page 152 and 153, clauses 21 through to 23. And 23 is basically saying that option 1 has given strong and clear rationale, and even despite option 1, it will still be challenging for us to meet that objective. And I agree with Councillor Southworth that the government have put us in a really difficult situation by not supporting public transport or across the nation, really. And to boot, the realisation that the $78 million funding that was approved by the last government hasn't, and it would have delivered about 100 new EV buses for Canterbury, has gone elsewhere. And despite earlier assumptions that money was gobbled up somewhere, but we know now where it's gone. So I really think that NZTA, the expectations are a bit too aspirational, as said in item 21. But I think we will be trying, and we will be aiming for achieving that and better. So I'm sure. So I'm just really waiting to see how we develop the decisions that we might need to, do the various actions that are required to even make this work. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Grant. Claire?
Thank you very much. I cannot support this option that's on the table. I'm going to support I would support the alternative option of the stretch one. I guess for me, this is about us being aspirational. In both options, the staff have admitted, are going to be difficult to achieve. But I do think that it's important to actually send the right message to government. It's interesting when the options that have been put up are obviously to look at how we can optimise, or perhaps that's not quite the right word, but make some savings around the bus network and the buses, for example, sweating the assets a little bit longer. And the increase in revenue is quite small compared to that over that 3-year period that staff have provided. Unfortunately, I think for us as a council, some decisions that we've made previously are now coming home to nest, and that really is the low fare trial. So we're starting off at a low base, so it makes it pretty difficult for us to actually substantially or increase fares fast. We hear very often at this council about user pays philosophy, and it seems odd to me that we have this terrible reticence when it comes to bus users actually paying their fair share around the fares, and I just think that that's something that we've got to think about. So while we've got some baked-in fare increases and some suggestions in our long-term plan that staff have worked with in calculating these stretch options, and I acknowledge those, they're not solid. They can actually be changed, and a future council may come back and revisit them. Notwithstanding the comments that Councillor Scott made around listening to staff expertise and advice, I definitely accept that. But in this case, I'm strongly of the opinion that we need to actually go a little bit more aspirational. It's not 38% or anything like that, but I won't be supporting this option 1. I would support option 2.
Thanks, Claire. Ian?
Well, Claire has actually said some of the things I was going to say, and it goes back to Peter's comments about supporting the staff recommendations. The staff, if you put it the way Claire's just put it, are the victims of political decisions made by this council, which was to make public transport, you could argue, unrealistically cheap. To encourage patronage at all costs, and the fact that it costs the same to to get on a bus from Darfield into Christchurch or Ralston into Christchurch as it is in the inner city to go around from one part of the inner city to another part of the inner city, and we were subsidising the fares for under 25-year-olds. There's a whole raft of decisions that we've made that has tended to push us down one line, and now the government intervention is saying, actually, you need to be a bit more realistic about cost recovery in terms of who pays for this. And so I don't accept that in this case staff recommendations need to be adhered to for the arguments that you were putting forward, Peter. And that isn't because the staff aren't giving us the right recommendation. I think they probably are for the day, but this is a result of decisions this council has made and instructed staff to adhere to in the past. And so we've been going in the wrong direction. And I can't help but reflect that one of our busiest buses is shifting private school kids in from the rural parts of Canterbury into Christchurch, bypassing their local schools. And the cost of that is so low that actually it's the best option for them, and I've got no dispute with that as a service. But should taxpayers be paying for that? And that's the question you've got to ask yourselves.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Initially, I was thinking of being slightly more aspirational and looking at an amendment to go with option 2. But given the majority of the conversation, I'm happy to stay with option 1 and will support it. And I'm torn between the the last 10 days or a fortnight of annual plan consultations out in Selwyn, the need for uplift of services between Darfield and Christchurch, the uplift of the early morning services between Wollaston and Christchurch, people being left on the side of the road. I am proud of what we achieved when we brought in the flat fare trial. It achieved the outcomes that we needed. It was a decision for the time that has achieved an outcome. So I absolutely support the decision that I was part of in leading and making. Yes, we find ourselves in a position today, some of it by our own making, but equally some of it by government. I've had it put to me very clearly, the oversubscription of our buses in Selwyn may well resolve itself if we put the fares up too much. We might solve the problem, we won't need an uplift. So there are some real balances and challenges of how much we can push into the community to pay. I accept we have a user pay philosophy, but I also have a very strong belief in some of the social responsibilities that we have for those communities and people that require those services. Decongestion at the moment is taking me 10 minutes longer a day to come in from Leaston to Environment Canterbury, just the way the motorway, Colombo Street, and a bunch of things are happening. So that congestion will only increase in time as Christchurch builds, as Selwyn builds, as Waimakariri builds. So we need to go forward, but at this point I absolutely believe that the staff will be as aspirational as they can, and if we can overshoot those 12, 13 and 14% numbers, then all power to us. I'll leave it there. So I will support number one and support where we've been before, because they were decisions of the time.
Thanks, John. Dion?
Kia ora, Craig. Chair. I'll won't support option one. I think it's important for us to be a little bit more aspirational than what I believe option one has been. And we're talking about a difference of $1.5 million over 2 years in terms of revenue. I think if we were smarter, we would have over 2 years the ability to raise, or to think about how to raise $1.5 million to reach those option two stretch targets. For me, the redesign of the network and the model, I don't think is working as well as it should have been working. And NZTA has delivered 2 or 3 bombs to us in the last little while. We had a massive reduction in the ability for us to deliver our PT Futures program. We've had this target private revenue share discussion come through, and we've also had the revelation that we have missed out on that money for the infrastructure improvements. Most people I speak to about the bus are not talking about the fares, except for people who are needing those, and there are targeted solutions that we can do to support people who can't afford the basic livings at the moment. Most of the people that I do speak to who use the bus for commuter services talk about the time it takes. The infrastructure is what the missing piece is here, and we've just been cut off at the bloody knees to be able to deliver some of those improvements to the infrastructure that we needed to make the service more attractive for people. We are not talking in this conversation about possible options outside of the just looking for more third-party revenue from advertising. We don't have the cash to do what we wanted, that's fair enough. But what other options do we have? There's a whole lot of other options around the world with PT to look at that we should be exploring. And if we just sit here and be lazy, well, actually that's the wrong word. If we sit here and be complacent about it, we're not going to push ourselves to think differently. I think we need to think fundamentally differently about public transport delivery. What are the opportunities that this government is pushing through in some of the RM reform, some of the natural built environment stuff that they're looking at? They're talking about ability for people to have revenue around uplift of capital values around where you put public transport. If we had reliable, good public transport, we could actually create a company alongside our public transport that looked at creating developments along the corridor. That's what London Transport does. They integrate development alongside public transport, alongside the other infrastructure. I don't think we're thinking big enough here about the opportunities that we do have, but we all need to get around the table and think about that. That's why I would have supported option 2 and even potentially further, because I do think we just need to be thinking. We do not have the skill sets within this organisation to do that. I accept that. But we shouldn't be afraid to go out and ask for those expert advice, to start thinking a bit more creatively and a bit more aspirational about what we need to do. I was very surprised when we had the paper come to us in one of the committees when I started analysing the numbers about the subsidy that we have on some of those routes. And somebody at that time sent me a couple of screenshots of what Uber would have costed to do at that time. Uber was 30% cheaper to use between one route, on one of the routes between one location and the next location, than it was for the subsidy that we gave on those bus routes. Something is fundamentally wrong when Uber is cheaper to use than the subsidy that we have on the bus routes. So I do not think we are being hard enough on ourselves to really critically look at the bus routes, the subsidies that we have, and why we're not getting people using the buses, which is around the infrastructure, and other options that we have for those critical communities to be linked together. One of the things that I also saw in the targets that NZTA have put out, which we're not talking about today, was targets to increase patronage. So in stretch option 2, we're looking at increasing by 800,000 passenger movements a year. When you break that down, that's 400 more people a day in 2 years' time on public transport. If we can't in 2 years' time have 400 more people using public transport, what the heck are we doing? That's where that just to me is bizarre. So I'd be supporting option 2. I won't be supporting option 1.
Thanks, Teal. Genevieve.
Oh, thank you, everyone who spoke. I think you were over 5 minutes there, Dion, just quietly.
You're welcome.
Sorry. I actually support option 1, and I will be very quick, but I actually, in this particular situation, very strongly support staff and the expertise. I think listening to Stuart and his quite deep down emotional response to what this change is effectively making staff to consider is very telling. And I think in this situation, we need to really listen carefully to what they're saying and suggesting. Because if we keep pushing the community to keep we're trying to implement changes that really necessarily doesn't reflect what the community needs. And if we keep increasing costs, they can't afford to use it. We've declared a climate emergency, and we really need to deliver on some of these expectations that we keep going to the community with. They're going to lose trust at some point where they will no longer, what we're doing is no longer reflecting what they need. To the government, high expectation comes with high risk, and who covers that risk? Pretty much us and the community. We should be looking at probably the lower percentage of option 1, and so I strongly believe that. I don't want to talk for 5 minutes, but option 1 is good.
Thanks, Jennifer. David.
Thanks. We've been debating this subject for probably close on 45 minutes now. I'd just like to make a couple of observations that members have raised the issue of the skill set around the room to deal with some of these things. I detect a strong support for supporting the staff in this matter, which leads me, I think, to the last point. We discussed a notice of motion earlier, and I would think that this is a subject matter that would sit very neatly in a CTO and remove the need for a lengthy debate around the table where some of us struggle with the ins and outs and pros and cons of public transport. So I will support the motion that's before us, but just noting the other points I've raised.
Thanks, David. Nope.
Oh, kia ora. It's all been said, and I'm very much about having a higher aspiration, and I do respect the information that has been given to us by our staff to make an informed decision. That's what it's about. What I like, I'm going to support option 2, and the reason for that is because I'm like Councillor Swiggs, actually, that we may not have gone far enough. But we have to actually be thinking when on this table about future, long term, and if we put these in place now, because we've already seen what happens, when we did that kind of pilot originally, that's kind of put us here. It's a really hard. It's easy to come down, but it's hard to go up in a lot of ways. So option 2's for me. I think we're split here in the business retirement section of this council. But I'm in option 2. Kia ora.
Thanks, Nick. And then I'll go to Joe, and I think that's it. Oh, Nick first, sorry. Joe.
I'll keep it very brief. I kind of echo what Councillor Easter said about CTO or something like that. I mean, it's all been said. I also agree with what Dion's alluded to, and Councillor Mackay, I think we need to have higher aspirations. We've got a growing population. If we can achieve some of these targets that are in front of us, I think we should be very disappointed as an organisation. And I think we just need to have some high aspirations, as I've said, and take aim to have sustainable transport for future generations going forward.
Thanks, Nick. Joe.
Just 2 points. The first point is around the concession question. From my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is going to be coming back to us because our previous decision had tied it into Motu Move. And so while that has been accounted for in both of these options, that's still a council decision on the horizon. And the second point I raise is if you asked our ratepayers and taxpayers if they were comfortable with 80 to 90% public subsidy for buses, what do you think they would say? In all honesty, think about that. So I actually really do commend Councillor Swiggs' statement today. I think he's hit the nail on the head in many areas, but I'm going to align with the staff position, and I'm going to support option 1 as our public transport core service lead. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Look, I think we should put this to the vote. It's been a good debate. I'm glad that everyone's had a say because it was hard to know at the start where we might end up, and it'll be really interesting to see where we go with this. Yes, you can. Sorry, I should have come back to you, Peter.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I take exception to some of the things that are said here today, especially from the Deputy Chair on my right-hand side. The opportunity to do something about that is there. There's a lot of there is this and there is that and there are inefficiencies and we should get on and do something. That's what we should do, not sit here and talk about it at a political opportunity. And I'm really strong about that, Chair. And I just think that we need to support staff. We need to get on. This is not going to go away. There's a lot of opportunities in the future. Get on and do something about it.
I actually agree, Peter. I think, when you understand that the network is 18% smaller than it was pre-earthquake, but that we hit pre-earthquake numbers last year, I actually think that's phenomenal, to be honest. But it's not been measured in that way. And because the city, you got to understand how much bigger is the city since pre-earthquake times in terms of geographic spread, because we've had subdivisions spread out all over the city. So there's something to consider there. And I think the earthquake still have some ramifications for us actually in this region. So we might be a bit of an outlier in terms of why our target might be different to other PTAs. But I agree, it's up to, at the moment, us to make decisions about investing in our public transport thing. And obviously with the 78 million thing last week, that's actually been quite a big blow. But we've got to make those decisions. Unfortunately, it's only the taxpayer or the ratepayer that pays for it at the moment, and there doesn't seem a lot of appetite for that amongst anywhere. So we're hamstringing ourselves, to be honest. But let's put this to the vote. I think we've done a great job in terms of getting those numbers to where we are. The fair trial, like John said, in terms of where we'd been, was a decision for the time, and I think it's had a great impact. But yeah, we've got to move forward and make the changes that need to be made, and I'm looking forward to the future because we all know we need a great public transport service for Greater Christchurch. So let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Okay, you like that noted. Okay, so we've got Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Swiggs, Councillor Korako, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Ward. That's against.
And it may be inappropriate, but can it be suggested that we favour option? Well, I'm not speaking for everybody, but we favour option.
I think it's clear that that's been said in the debate. So that's carried. Thank you. Okay, so let's get 6, 7 and 8 put. Have I got a mover for 6, 7 and 8? Sorry. Have I got a mover for 6, 7 and 8? Yeah, Councillor Sunkel, got a seconder for 6, 7 and 8 on our screen. It's just the following up resolutions. Councillor Southworth, thank you. Any discussion needed? Don't think so. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Noting that we've got 10 minutes left before our scheduled lunch break and our scheduled 2 hours, we've got 8.2 here, which is the Waitaki plan matter, which I think is going to be a big matter. Pardon? Yeah, I'm just trying to think if we do have one. We could go to the funding mechanism, although that's got some issues too. But anyway, I don't know if there is, other than we could go to 8.5, although there are some questions about. We could go to the resolution status in number 9.1 just to get them through. I think to use the 10 minutes we have. Are people happy that we just change the order of business and go to 9.1? And we'll just try and get through these ones. And we might get through that. All good? Oh, that's page 201 of your agenda. So that's 9.1. And I don't know if our staff members are in the room for that, but Lisa, you might be able to just deal with this one while we're here. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'll just take the report as read and see if I can answer any questions that you have.
Cool, thank you. Any questions on the resolution status report? No, let's put the resolution that we have on the screen. Do I have a mover for that? Yeah, Councillor Ward, and seconded by Councillor Edge. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. We can be efficient when we want to, hey people, it's good. And then we'll go to 9.2, which is the previous committee activities and minutes. And so as you can see here, we have minutes from our Audit and Risk Committee, our Regulation Hearings Committee, and the PC7 Committee. So does anyone want to speak to these? So Councillor Edge, are you happy? Do you want to speak briefly to the ARC, or if not, we'll put it up? Yep.
Yeah, just quickly, just the key items there that came out of that meeting were on page 213, item 9.3, where we considered the draft motor vehicle and driver policy and provided some feedback on that. And then on page 215, under the assurance, risk and security update, there were a couple of items that we looked at there. Update on insurance and risk to do with a fraud risk assessment from PricewaterhouseCoopers. That was a paper. And then there was also a report on the learnings from a Deloitte report about some issues on a couple of our property sites. So they were the key things. And probably 9.6 down the bottom there, we made the first payments on the payroll remediation project pre-December or during December. And staff are on item 1.4 down there on page 215 are currently looking at and doing the calculations for the period post September 2022, which will cover current and former employees, and any payments that might be made will be made as necessary.
Question, Greg?
Well, I just want to
Not yet, we're
acknowledge
not
that
in
I
that committee,
received an email last night to say that as an ex-employee that I might, so I'm just letting you know.
Oh, good. Cool. You got a question, Nick?
Just a point of clarification, it says here that I was actually in the room, I was actually online.
Good point. So these are unconfirmed minutes, so that's fine.
Yep.
We're just noting the unconfirmed minutes. They get confirmed at the next ARC meeting, so that can be sorted out then, Nick, but good for raising that. And Ian?
Just a question around motor vehicle driver policy. It's talking about branded Environment Canterbury vehicles for councillors and for staff. As I understood it, the chair's car is not branded, but so is that not included?
Well, under the recommended policy that was put to us, no, it wouldn't have been included, but this wasn't the policy at the time.
No, that's the clarification. Yep. So an unbranded ECAN car is not included.
Yeah, there's a few other technicalities to that, but yeah, roughly speaking, yep. But there was feedback at the meeting, so there's a bit more look at it. So anyway, and so you got more questions? No, let's go to Claire. Do you want to discuss anything from the RHC?
No, not really. These are confirmed minutes. We've been having regular meetings probably for 5 or 6 weeks now as staff are moving through the notified consent applications. So we have been reasonably regular in having our meetings. So I think it's pretty clear what's there.
Thank you. And Councillor Rees, do you want to mention anything about the Plan Change 7 Appeals Committee?
Only the fact that it was a fairly long and protracted exercise dealing with the forestry appeal to that, and that committee has now done its run. And I'd just like to comment and say my thanks to the particularly the legal advice we had around that, to be able to give an informed instruction to our Chief Executive. And as I said, that plan change now is operational, and I think the committee has been discharged. Yeah.
The Resolution 2 does that. So just if you look down below, so Resolution 2, we have to confirm the minutes here because it's been dissolved, or it's going to be dissolved, and there's no more meetings, so that's why we're doing it here. So thanks, David.
Yeah, well, so happy to move number 2 there.
Cool. So Councillor Rees to move the 2 resolutions, 1 and 2. Councillor Sunkel to second it. Any other discussion required? No. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. The next one is the report from the chair, which we could do, or do we think, because we've got 4 minutes left, people, would we like to get into this one? Yep. Let's give it a go. So I'll take it as read. You can see in the report there's always lots of activity between our meetings, a lot of letter writing going on as well. And there's been meetings with Ministers of Parliament, mainly through the LGNZ meeting that we had up in Wellington recently, but a few other engagements, as you'll note there. So we've been pretty busy. The meeting with Te Runanga Waiho and Waimati recently, and the Waitara Kao launch. Yeah, and Greater Christchurch Partnership meeting's been held in that time too. So yeah, take it as read. Any questions from councillors? Yeah, Grant?
Not a question, but just on that Greater Christchurch Partnership, the two deliberation hearings meetings held, one of Greater Christchurch Partnership, and then you were part of the
RTC,
RTC thing, and they were all being some minor amendments made in the GCP component, and I think a written report will now go to council as a recommendation.
Yep, thanks, Grant. And also to note the responses to our public forums from last month too, and that Councillor Scott did meet with Janice Mertens in Waimati, which was a good opportunity to take while we were down there as well. So thanks, Peter, for doing that. Yep.
Craig, just responding to that, I think we've got an outcome underway. I'm not sure Nook was part of it also when we went and talked to Waiha Runanga. They were looking for capital for their van that they need for total mobility. And I think they're having a conversation. So that's a really good outcome for both parties, actually.
Thank you. Yep.
Supplementary to that, Dardanelle, representing Te Runanga Waiho, actually met with Janice. And they're going to actually now, they've sent it to their finance committee, and they're going to have a look at that. Actually, there might be a good opportunity. It might be a good opportunity for Waihao to actually get more profile, within the Waimate takiwa. Thanks.
No, Greg?
Yeah, just very briefly, just throwing out this, but I just wanted to acknowledge the relationship between yourself and the deputy chair. I think certainly there is. It's very cohesive out there in the community, so I just wanted to make that point. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thanks, Greg. Yep, thanks, Vicky.
Just to say that the Ionairo
Sure.
launch was really good last night, very good turnout. Akaroa is not that big and the room was really well packed. Staff did a great job and it was really enthusiastic. A lot of enthusiasm about the partnership working across with DOC and with Otago and with the Runanga. And just to say as well, there's a launch today of the map, so I'll flip that round to councillors as well, but ecan.govt.nz/Ionairo. So that's now available to jump in and have a little look, see what there is under our ocean around the southern bays of Banks Peninsula.
Kia ora, Vicky, and thanks to you and other councillors and staff that went to that launch last night. Peter?
I'll second your report.
Cool. I'll move it then, and seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And that's lunchtime. Cool. We'll be back at 1 o'clock to resume our meeting. Kia ora tātou, no mai hoki mai, ki tēnei hui. So we'll just welcome back to our meeting. And just going to propose a change of order. I know we've already had a little bit of changing this morning, but we've got item 8.3 on our agenda, which is adoption of Regulation Hearing Committee Terms of Reference. Just had a request because one of our members who's been heavily involved in this has to go early. So I'm happy to accommodate bringing that forward so we can deal with it now. And is everyone okay with that? Bring 8.3 up next, and then we'll go back to 8.2 in terms of the Waitaki plan. All good? Ka pai. So we're going to go to 8.3, which is page 181 of our agenda. And we've got Paul and Robin here to speak to it. Thanks for coming down early. And I know we've been working on this for a while, and in particular, Councillor Mackay, as the chair of this committee, has been working on this. So, yeah, keen to get into our introduction on this and then into some questions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, councillors. So, as the Chair's alluded to, there's been a couple of workshops on this matter. Before we commence, I just wanted to highlight there's been a recommendation to amend recommendation 1 from staff, effectively separating the matter of the quorum from the matter of the fast track portion of the expert panel under clause 3. So there's a separation of that recommendation. And I'm in the interest of time for council, I'm just going to take the report as read and take any questions that come forward.
Can we just pull that down a bit so we can see the full updated resolution there? Cool. That's it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so happy to open it up to questions. Has anyone got any questions about the paper? And also then we can get into the resolutions. Yep. Vicky?
Yeah. Two really. One, the first one being, what's the rationale for having the chair of this committee make the decision around the panel members for the the advisory panel, be specific, rather than having the chair of the council make those appointments?
Through the chair, that's a good point. It was put into the draft for ease and expediency so that we could do that quickly when a decision needs to be made, and also because this panel will sit under the RHC committee umbrella, so that was deemed right for that chair of that committee.
Excuse me, Robin. Can you just pull your microphone closer?
Sorry, is that better? Yeah.
Did everyone hear that all right? Cool. Thank you. Way you go, Vicky.
Yeah, so is there any reason why the chair of the council couldn't appoint members, but specifically from that hearings committee, which has been appointed by the whole of council? Like at the beginning of term, we appoint all of the members of that committee. So, yeah, is there any reason, and would that slow things up in any way?
No, there's no legal reason that it couldn't be the chair, but I would just stress that this isn't, the advisory panel wouldn't be a statutory committee of council with any strict delegation powers. This would be sort of akin to a working group or advisory panel that is in providing the role of discussing these matters. As you'll be aware that the current delegation has a discretion for the chief executive to discuss with, at present it's the chairperson, myself, officers involved, the council's insurers, and then reports being made to the relevant committee of the council. So it would be an extra layer in there of the advisory panel.
Yep, Genevieve, I'll come to you, Joe.
Thanks for that. My concern is the ability to have a non-conflicted group within that panel, considering the elements that are sought to be included in that panel. Specifically, being on the RHC committee and seeing some of the the hearings that are needed and required and what sort of consents are coming, I could see quite a heightened risk with regards to the conflicts of those members. And how would that be managed?
Through the chair, I'd draw your attention to the Appendix A to the terms of reference, which outlines the terms of reference for the advisory panel. And at the bottom, it's a reminder around conflicts of interest, and that mirrors the same reminder that we have at the very start of all council meetings. And it's something that should be across all members' minds when asked to make a decision before council. I'm not sure I could add anything further than saying that the basis of law, and that if councillors are approached with any decision, they must consider conflicts. I
understand what you're coming from, but I guess if there's oversight from others and if there's an acknowledgement that there is potential conflict and it's quite a large conflict with all of them, I'm saying how would it be managed as a backup option to that if every member was somehow conflicted?
If it was an issue where all members were conflicted, then the panel wouldn't be able to operate in that instance.
Yeah, and it would refer back to the other option, the status quo option, which is the chief executive talks to the chair of the council and the staff, like you said, and we get on with it that way. So that's the only other option. I think, I'm mindful that what we're trying to do here is create an option that councillors have actually called for, to put this in under the RHC, noting your points, Vicky, that, in this proposal, it's the chair of that committee, because we thought, well, that's a good committee to put it under because they deal with the other regulatory matters that we deal with. But happy to acknowledge your points. But that's what I think we're trying to do here, to try a new way forward. And my feeling is, I want to see us give it a go. There can always be changes that we make later, but that's the way I'm feeling about it. But happy to take some other questions. We've got Joe and then Nook. Oh, and Vicky. Yeah, I'll come back to you. Sorry.
What powers and functions under the Fast Track Approvals Act 24 are we deciding on delegating today?
That's all the powers under there. So it's the ability for us to consult and provide advice on the applications at the early stages. It would be for staff. I haven't actually got the specific. I think there's about 14 delegations that will flow under there. And obviously the exception of the power to nominate, which will be retained by the RHC if these draft terms of reference pass.
I mean, for me, I'm just kind of wondering why that doesn't have its own paper, really, as in, because it's kind of slipped into a terms of reference update, and I think it would be good to kind of have those for the public record around what those delegations are.
The reason for these being included in this paper was the haste of the change. The first applications, I think this came into effect in December last year. The first applications are coming to council as of, I think it's early February. We need the ability to provide, because the Regional Council has the powers under that Act. As with all powers that we have from a regulatory perspective, we need the mechanism to be able to provide those functions. It would not be economical or reasonable for us to be bringing papers to the council forum for all of those functions that we need to exercise within the organisation. So we took this opportunity to put that it's in addition to the current delegations of the general powers that most of the operative functions of council are part of the chief executive's remit.
Is there a way, Robin, just to give us some examples of those functions and powers? It just might help people. And if you have to go and grab them, that's cool.
Grab my laptop.
So we might go on to the next. Oh, sorry. All good. And I note that this is more about Resolution 2, so that's cool. And I am keen to get back to Resolution 1 soon. But fair enough question, Joe. And we get that the legislation's changed. That's come in, and we've got to make some adjustments so that we can do our job, both CEO, staff, and ourselves. So I get that. I think it is a sort of fair question to just understand what they are. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I have them here. So it is quite detailed. Under section 17.3 of the new legislation, it's the ability to provide comments to the minister regarding any competing applications that have been lodged or any existing resource consents of the kind referred to in section 33A. Section 20, respond to a request for further information from the Minister for Infrastructure. Section 30 as well, advise as to whether there are existing resource consents. There's a lot of providing information. Yep. Notify authorised persons holders of any existing consent as required by the legislation. Section 35, amend coastal permits as required following the registration of aquaculture agreements or a compensation declaration. So another flow of powers. Section 47, subsection 5, notify the minister when a competing application has been determined and any rights of appeal that relate to that application have been exhausted. Section 53, provide comments on substantive applications, which is probably the very important section. 67, provide further information or reports in respect of a substantive application. Decline to provide information or reports. Section 70, provide comments on any draft conditions that the council will have statutory responsibility to enforce or monitor compliance with. That's very important. Section 76, respond to any ministerial requests for further information and provide advice in relation to any of the in relation to a request if a decision is called in or transferred to a minister. We have similar powers already under the RMA as well, or the EPA. Section 90 to 91, so this is another respond to requests for information that the EPA considers is held by the council. Seek to recover actual and reasonable costs incurred in that consultation. Provide assistance before an application is lodged. Not Schedule 3, Clause 3, because that will be with RHC to nominate the members to an expert panel. There's also the ability to assist the panel by providing advice if requested, as we do with most RM matters. Provide written agreement for activities to be undertaken on the reserves. Give effect to decisions of the panel by executing concession documents. Provide further written consent or amendments, the revocation of conservation status, because we manage reserves under the Reserves Act. Give effect to any amendments or revocations by the Registered General of Land to remove any registration or notations of conservation covenants, and provide written agreements for the activity to be undertaken on a reserve managed by council, and agree to Crown Mineral initial access agreements and access arrangements in relation to reserves managed by council. That's a complete list.
Thanks, Rob. But yeah, I think that's a good outline of the highly technical and operational nature of a lot of those things, other than number 3, Clause 3, Schedule 3, in terms of that decision about the expert panel members. Thank you. Any other question, Joe? No? Yep.
Just picking up on that, just around 17, the minister invites comments. That's not, is that considered a technical aspect?
I believe that it is, that it would be technical comments on those applications that have been lodged or any existing resource consents.
And I'm sure if there was a political nature to that, Joe, that the CEO would work with myself to highlight that, and we would bring whatever we needed to back to a council. So I'm sort of pretty comfortable with that. Thank you. I had Nook had a question.
Kia ora, Robin. Hey, when I first sort of read through this a couple of times, I was always wondering whether the advisory panel actually was just another layer. But listening to it now, I kind of get the fact, exactly what it is, but can it be put in there as required?
Yep.
Okay.
Is that right, Robin? Yep.
Right. So,
and I think that's the intention of it. Not it'd be called by the RHC. Would get a matter come to it from staff, and we go, oh, we need to. It's just like PC7. We had an appeals committee. Yep. We put that together to give advice to the CE. Yep.
Yeah. Just supplementary question around the quorum. I think I'm just looking at the nature of this committee, and then the fact that is it right that it needs to be quite agile, because it could actually be called at a moment's notice, which actually why I look at really supporting the quorum of 2 as opposed to 4, because of the nature actually of this committee. Would that be right?
That's correct, Councillor Karakia. That we sometimes have to meet with haste because we're needing to appoint commissioners, and there's timeframes related to that. So it's been advantageous to have a smaller quorum, so if there ever is a case to do that quickly, that we can respond. But ultimately, the decision to change the quorum is the council's. Yeah.
Thanks, Vicky. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, a question about the looking to reduce the amount of information that comes back to full council around compliance. So I'm just interested in the question of I'll put it to my mind, actually, that's such a significant part of the work that we do, that as a councillor at this table, I've really valued the briefings we've had as a full council and the level of detail that's come back. I was just looking back through some of my notes from previous, and actually from the last term. And for example, there was we had a briefing on the top 35 consents, which account for 81% or did 81% of our allocation, water allocation. And at the time was 30% non-compliant through the whole range of non-compliance. But given the significance of that to our council, I feel like we should be seeing that type of level of reporting coming to full council. I didn't realise that. Yeah, I'd be concerned as a councillor in feeling like I'd have to become a member of the Regulation Hearing Committee in order to get that level of detail, or be checking the agenda every week to see if that's coming through there. So I'm just curious about where the balance sits, because it feels to me like this is potentially putting it out of the eyes of the majority and into quite a narrow group, and what the rationale is for that.
Kia ora. So they've been mindful to not duplicate, but certainly confirm that regulatory assurance reporting in the form of things like the LTP measures and quarterly reports, or our improvement programs that the council has endorsed and commissioned to some respect, will still go to RDC, which is a full council committee. The information that's proposed to go through via a dashboard is I suppose more operationally detailed in terms of things like the numbers of incidents or the locations. So it's a little bit, like I say, a little bit more detail. That's not to say that how we're running our regulatory operations are being done satisfactorily. So it just gives them a more regular view of that.
Yeah, supplementary. So now you've sort of explaining that to me, I'm almost wondering whether actually audit and risk would be a more appropriate place to have that level of detail, because it is a real risk. Our reputation, I mean, we know already that our reputation has sustained damage from a perception that we haven't been enforcing or getting sufficient compliance. So to my mind, actually, that level of detail might sit much more appropriately with audit and risk.
I could offer a view on that. I think the way that audit and risk should work is if we note something that becomes a high risk, then yes, it should go to audit and risk. But the more regular information that's flowing through, it's good to have it at a committee where that can be dealt with more regularly, as well as the RDC. But any heightened risk, yes, should go to AR. And I think that's the way that ARC is meant to work. So I don't disagree with you. Yes, it should get to ARC if it's getting to that high risk level. Yeah, that's my opinion, but happy to have staff answer. Yeah.
Sorry, just thinking on the flyers, but I'm wondering whether they might be appropriate to have a standing item, say an annual report to audit and risk. I mean,
that's something for audit and risk to maybe discuss. I think. Yeah. I've got John and then Ian. Oh, yeah, good, Ian.
John was going first. Look, Joe sparked a bit of a light bulb in my head, which has exploded, unfortunately, which doesn't help this discussion. But and I read this and I got muddled up between the expert panel and the expert advisory group and then the other advisory group, and they're two different things. So what presumably that's the way I'm interpreting, and so do they say what they have to be expert in? What will qualify, and are they these experts intended to be councillors or outside advisors?
Yeah, and I think it's similar to the current role we play in terms of appointing hearing commissioners to resource consents. So we would get that report that would say, why is this expert needed? What's their qualifications? And then that's what our RHC deals with. And we go, yes, that person seems to have the appropriate skills. We agree to appoint them to that. That's what I understand it is.
So the experts aren't councillors. They're outside advisors or commissioners or whatever. Okay, right. No, I've got that. So the chief executive has the power to No. I think there is a bit of confusion. So the delegations that we've thought that was said about there and that's in resolution 2 that we've discussed, everything, all the technical matters that Robin outlined are what the chief executive has the power to do, and with the staff. The one we're going to retain for this committee is to appoint those experts to those fast track panels that the government are doing. If we're asked to appoint people, that's how it sort of works. And the whole of the RHC committee will be involved with that?
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Cool.
The advisory panel is a separate one about litigation matters to help the CE, as we've done in the past around PC7, and which we've just dissolved one because we've completed that. So they would be time-bound advisory panels for each litigation matter, as I understand it.
There's possibly a little bit of confusion in the wording of 2A4, where it talks about nominate members for an expert panel, and the word members, I think, to some people may convey an impression that it's an elected member. So maybe there might need to be some consideration of some alternate wording that takes that sort of conception away.
Because I would think, Robin, they would normally be hearing commissioners, but they don't necessarily have to be under the fast track legislation. But have they made that clarification? Have the government made that clarification? Do they have to have the making good decisions thing, etc.?
I don't think the legislation goes that far, but I would think that would be in the staff recommendations when we're nominating people to be on that panel, that they are along the same lines as what we put forward for the RHC, making good decisions, relevant expertise, experience, and the like.
Yeah, John?
Apologies, you caught me off guard on the last one. My point was the advisory committee and the selection of those people purely out of the RHC, and I believe there are others that sit at this table or may sit at the table in the future that may have equal or more skills that do not necessarily either have the ticket or sit on that committee, but I'm not going to die in a hole on it. But I think we just need to be cognizant that we may well have today and in the future people with real skills that might be useful. So I'm just a bit concerned we're confining it to a subset, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, John. And I mean, maybe we could consider noting the bit about conflicts of interest at the bottom, which did happen with the PC7 stuff, that if you can't find members from the hearing committee, that other councillors could be selected for that advisory panel. I think that could help because we don't want to lock ourselves in and then we get to that point and we don't have any other members on RHC that can do it, and then this terms of reference doesn't even help us. So that could be something that could be considered. How do people feel about that? Just to give it an option to say, if you can't find members from the RHC committee, then the chair, in conjunction with the chief executive, can select other members of council. Does that make sense? Yeah, Councillor.
Just a point of clarification. If we appoint a committee to give advice to the chief executive, is that committee just for that particular case in hand, or what I'm getting at, I think, is really, do we appoint 3 members and they are it for the duration of the term, or are we appointing appropriate people to deal with on a case-by-case scenario?
That's a good point. Good question.
That's a good point, and I think that that's something that we've left for you to determine. As it's written at the moment, it was envisaged that the panel would be appointed when needed, and that would be the panel going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions, Genevieve?
Yeah, I also had concerns about the same thing. I also have concerns about the making good decisions, I guess, certification. It eliminates a lot of people at the table. And I think, if it was a prerequisite of us being here, then we would all have to do it as soon as we were elected. And so it limits us from some certain groups when, the likes of some of us, like Councillor Burns, who's had 40 years in one particular job, or, experts in other areas. And I just think we need to be cautious about how we set things up going forward. Also, the other thing with regards to the quorum, my concern is that basically 28% of people need to be in the room in order to make a decision of quite great risk. And I would be very cautious about allowing a quorum of 2 to go ahead.
The advisory panel would provide advice to the chief executive, not instruct the chief executive. So it is not a decision-making process, but one for a conversation and advice. So we are not instructing; we are purely.
I think Genevieve's talking about the quorum for the whole committee, not the advisory panel, because there is. I don't know if there is a quorum for the advisory panel, to be honest. Look, I'm just trying to get our way through this, councillors. I know there's a few points around, because we're trying to do the whole terms of reference. There's some issues around the quorum. So I'm quite keen to just have a show of hands. Who is, yeah?
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to clarify something. I have looked just quickly at the legislation. So the ability to nominate, it doesn't exclude. It may be elected members that could be appointed to expert panels, which is similar to the provisions that we have in RHC.
Yeah. Well, good. So just people who in the room are supportive of the quorum remaining at 2? Can you let me know? Okay. Sort of might be under half. And a question I had around that, Robin, is there any minimum stipulation in the Local Government Act around quorums for, my general understanding was it was like half plus 1. That's what I'd always understood, but can you tell us about it? Oh.
It's coming off.
There is no minimum prescribed in the Local Government Act, but I would follow just general governance principles that it should be no less than 2.
Okay, thank you. And are people who's supportive of it being a bit higher? The quorum for the whole committee. That's funny, Peter.
I just think the idea of 2 people sitting around and making decisions that are very important under the RMA legislation, to have 2 people there to make those is inadequate. And the reasoning given on page 183 is just not sufficient for me. And that there are 7 people currently on the committee, and I see no reason why when we gather together on a Wednesday morning, and if it's a time thing, in terms of flexibility or whatever, things aren't going to happen just like that. And if an early morning session is difficult for people, we change the time frame. But I think it's important to have a good discussion at those meetings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be practical too, though, that it hardly ever happens that we only have two people here. And plus you can join online these days, so the likelihood of ever having just two people in the room is highly unlikely. Although I do take the point that it's not a great look for a quorum to be so low. That's what I would say. I was trying to find a compromise here. Don't know if we're going to get there. I did think potentially that 3 is a good number, personally, but I don't want to be doing things on the fly. But I just don't know how we're going to get through this if we don't have some support. Okay, I'll do that. Who would support 3 as being the quorum?
I'm okay with 3 if that's the case, but the issues, I'm thinking of the Auditor General's latest integrity document about transparency and a high level.
Still transparent, Grant. It's still transparent because we're making a decision now.
for this particular committee. I think it's very important.
Okay, well, look, if no one can, support a compromise, then we'll put it to the vote, and this might fail, and then we'll go back to square one. But which I don't want. So, who would support 3 rather than 2? Nobody. Cool. Okay, well, we'll leave it at 2. That's the way it's going to work. Yeah. Because there was more support for keeping it at 2. When I asked for a show of hands, there was about 6 or 7 hands went up. When I asked for a show of hands for higher, only 4 people put their hands up. So I want to move forward.
Chair, I have moved suggested an amendment, and that's still on the table, is it not?
Yeah, you can foreshadow that, but we'll deal with what's in front of us first. So I was trying to get there, Grant, to see if we get it. But I've been around the table and I've asked people, and we didn't really move. The second thing about the advisory panel, because at the moment, if we approve Resolution 1, that's all included. And I noted a potential change to that, which there seemed to be some nods around the room, about adding a bit in there about if, due to conflicts, the chair in conjunction with, that's the chair of the RHC committee, in conjunction with the chief executive, may appoint other members of council. Are people comfortable with that as an amendment to the advisory panel Appendix A? Yeah. Yeah, we will do that, but I was just testing it. So that seems to have some support. Cool. Well, we'll get that written up in a moment. And then we might be able to move Resolution 1. That's what I'm trying to get us towards. Yeah, Claire?
Can I just suggest that, given the discussion around the advisory panel, that a couple of other changes be made at the same time?
Yep.
And perhaps just for clarity, we put in the purpose to support the chief executive, if requested, when they are exercising delegated authority. So just put that in. And then, just for clarity again, the process for triggering, we could put by email from the chief executive to the panel members for each litigation decision. So that's very clear that it won't be a consistent one panel for the year. Does that? It's not substantially changing it, but it's adding that clarity which I'm hearing that the room's wanting.
I'm just trying to, we just need to adjourn for a second, so we'll write that up. So I think there's some general agreement to that. We'll put that up on the screen, and it'll be an extra bullet point to Resolution 1. Then we'll get a mover and a seconder, and we'll give it a go. Cool. So you just need to talk to Claire. Claire. Thank you. So, look, follow on this. So we've got adopted the terms of reference. So that's we've got with the following amendments to Appendix A, which is the 3 matters we talked about. So 2 from Claire, 1 from me. So that if requested into the purpose after Chief Executive, that's on the first line, or top line. Then we're going to add at the bottom under the conflicts of interest bit that additional ability, and then in the process for triggering bit, which is interesting language, by email, and add that thing at the end for each litigating matter. And then if you look below, and in doing so confirms the quorum for the committee is 3, as we just had a show of hands about that. And then that deals with resolution 1. Now we're going to take that separately. I'm actually happy to move that. Have I got a seconder for that? Claire, thank you. Do we need any other discussion on this, councillors? We'll give it a go, put it to the vote and see how it goes. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried, thank you. Now we're going to go to number 2. I'm happy to move this. Is there a seconder to this?
Just a point of interest there. That previous motion was seconded by Claire, not John.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, if you can go up, just to get that right. Thanks, Councillor East. Just go back up. Yeah, Councillor Mackay. Yeah. Thank you. Cool, thank you. And happy to second that, John? Yeah, so I'll move number 2. And seconded by Councillor Sungle. Any discussion on this? Yep, Joe?
I'm going to abstain on this one just because, in principle, I don't disagree with the delegations, but for me, it should have its own report, and that report should really set out what delegations we're making. So, yeah, but I'm going to abstain.
Thanks, Joe. Anyone else want to speak to this? No, cool. Grant?
Yeah, this business of the fast track Schedule 3, from what I'm looking at here, it's in Schedule 3, the expert panel is described how that goes. There is a convener, a panel convener who's not a councillor, usually an Environment Court judge, High Court judge, senior lawyer. And then it goes to membership of the panels, which we then become involved. And that's your understanding. And those members for council can be a member of council, or they can be an elected member. But also looks like Section 7 there suggests that. Where required, there can be multiple people on the panel depending on the circumstances, and they don't necessarily need to all be councillors. They're appointed at the team. Is that correct? So that clause deals with that adequately in terms of, and presumably we would get advice at some point to say this is the litigation or whatever. This is the fast track proposal, and this is. And the convener, the convener outside
commissioners that we appoint currently, which are 2 resource consents that we're involved with, versus this is we're not the decision maker here. We're just a nominator, but the RHC will have the ability to agree to those or approve those nominations of particular experts, and we will get a paper similar to the ones we get currently. So that's how I understand it. Any other discussion?
Just supplementary, because we've got 2 things we're looking at. We're looking at modifications to the advisory panel, which is kind of pretty.
We've already done that.
What you've done.
We've done all that.
There's is there a motion in terms of dealing with the amendments to the?
We've done that. That was resolution 1. We've already done it.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So any other discussion on this one? Okay, put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? And I think abstention from Councillor Davies and Councillor Burns?
I think that was very good reasoning by Councillor Davies. I too will abstain. Thank you.
All good. On that noted. Thank you. So abstentions from Councillor Burns and Councillor Davies. That's carried. And number 3, I'm happy to move that again. I have seconder, Councillor Sunkel. Any other discussion needed? No? Let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Now we're going back to, actually, we've got some external people we need to work with at 2 p.m. So we just have to stick to that time frame. We've got 12 minutes. I'm thinking in terms of our papers that we've got left, let's go to the one around, the funding for the Wilding Pines, but give me the number. Do you think we could deal with the notice of motion one? 8.4, the funding mechanisms, potentially? Yep. Let's do that. Sorry, Andrew. We will come back to that. Yep. Who's that joining? Right, that is Pam. Oh, actually, it's Pam here. Okay. Hey, well, actually, sorry, change of plan. So our external person is here to help us deal with that. I'm really sorry. So we might as well just get on with that, get that done, and then we'll come back and do the Waitaki plan, and then we'll go back to 8.4 and 8.5 after that. Apologies, councillors. So we're going to go into public excluded. Sorry. So we're going to deal with our public excluded matter, and it's 10.2.3 we're going to be dealing with. So can I have a resolution to go into public excluded? Oh, yeah, true, it's all right. Yeah, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. So we've got Councillor Burns and Councillor Ward. Thank you. let me know. Cool. Oh, kia ora, welcome back. So we're back in the public part of the meeting, and we're heading back to 8.2, which is our update on the investigation for a standalone plan for the Waitaki. We have Andrew, Parrish and Zella in the room. So kia ora, welcome, and I'll hand over to you guys. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. I'm not going to have a long introduction to this meeting. We had a briefing last week on this, and so I'm basically going to take the paper as read. But just in terms of recap, in 2023, the Three Southern Runanga came to us with a concern that the complicated framework in the Waitaki was making management difficult and asked us to investigate that. They approached both us and ORC, and in March 2024, Arahimai, the council committed to undertaking an investigation. That investigation's now been complete, and what you're seeing in the council paper is a summary of that. That leads us to what might the next steps be. And given that first investigation was done at quite a high level, the next step around that is a Section 35 report, an investigation into the efficiency and effectiveness of of the planning framework in the Waitaki catchment. Don't think I have much more to discuss with that, but I'm very happy to take questions, and so is Zella.
Cool, let's go to questions. John, you had a question?
I do, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it may throw a spanner in the works a little. Given the view of the last government around having a plan for Canterbury, which was moved aside, and this government's now very clear articulation in where they're taking the RMA, I asked the question, why are we looking at a standalone plan when every indication is that a spatial plan with pieces fed into it would be the future? I guess, why would we, I know we've been asked, but why would we then further proceed given where government is taking us in the planning space?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure that we've made that decision yet to have a standalone plan for the Waitaki. What the resolution is asking today is let's do an investigation into the efficiency and effectiveness of the planning framework in the Waitaki. That's actually a really good time to do that work in terms of Environment Canterbury's work program. In the LTP, you have a wider work program to pull together the coastal plan and the land and water plan into an integrated planning framework by 2028. The first step of doing that work is a Section 35 piece of work. So in essence, you don't need to make the call whether there's a standalone plan for the Waitaki today. We just need to understand how is that planning framework performing. That information will help you as a council make a call as to what the right resource management system is. And we're not going to need to make that call quite yet because the government has, I guess, foreshadowed that there is going to be some RM amendments, but we haven't seen what the bill looks like yet. So once we see that, and we see how well our own planning framework is performing, not just in the Waitaki, but right across the region, that'll put you as a council into a really good position to be able to go, these are the changes that we need, both in terms of what central government's asking, but also how well our plans are actually working.
Thank you, Andrew, just for the clarification of that question. It was at the top of my mind. Yeah.
Peter?
Yeah, straight up, I'm not too sure how I feel about this, Andrew. I was part of the development of this, and when we looked at this, the first bullet point you've got under key points, the first bullet point you've got under key points sets out fact that multiple local authority plans in the Waitaki catchment do not support integrated management of the Waitaki catchment. And I think that's, although that is probably not deeply held across the people involved in the Waitaki catchment, it's commonly known. The Henley-Hutchins report identified that. My observation was that when we got involved in this, that was essentially what we were trying to do. This was trying to make sure that these things came together and stood alone. In fact, at a hui that I was at, and Councillor Karakia, and I think maybe Councillor Ward was at, when I asked about that, for clarification about that, that's what the chair said. We need to work out how the two RPSs, the two land and water plans, the three district plans and iwi management plans all essentially coalesce into things. So that shared management within the Waitaki catchment, which is rather large, needs to be better understood. And I will not disagree with that. But it seems then when we get to the other bullet points, the last three, that we're talking about Section 35. And when I look at the Waitaki, and my understanding of the Waitaki is that Section 35 is more specific in terms of what it does. It goes looking for, are these things working? Are plans working? Are we getting the right results here? And essentially, I would say, from my knowledge, and I'm happy to be proved wrong, Andrew, is that most of those things that we would expect in that catchment are working in our favour, and there's numerous groups getting together, and they've got Te Maukahi, and we've got the work going on with the Next Foundation up at Aoraki, getting rid of predators and all those things. The only thing that doesn't seem to be working to me is the unintended effect of irrigation that had moved from border dike irrigation into spray irrigation in the globe to get to one thing. Hey? No.
Question?
My question was, there was a question there, Craig. It was a long run-up, I know. But my question was, we know there's an issue there. Statutory processes take a long time, and when they go through those processes to establish them, they're expensive. They do involve deep consultation and opportunity. But to me, in my opinion, that non-regulatory stuff could get us to where we need to get to quicker than a statutory process.
That may or may not be the case, and it may or may not be that Glenavy is the only issue within the Waitaki catchment. I think that as a council you've been told of more issues than just the Glenavy water supply. I think you've had Fish and Game come and talk to you, maybe not this council, but a previous iteration of this council around the flow regime on the Whakatau. More importantly than that, those are our known knowns. We know that the plan's not working there. What the recommendation of this paper is asking is to find out the unknown unknowns. What do we not know that's not working there? Where's the next Glenavy coming from? And if we don't go back and look at our planning framework, and I'm actually not terribly specific around the Waitaki, this paper is focused on the Waitaki. But in my world, understanding what works in our regulatory framework and what doesn't is absolutely critical before we go and build any sort of new framework. And that's more what this paper is asking to do, is to say, before we spend any ratepayers' money, let's be very clear on what works, what doesn't, what's achieving outcomes, what's not, so we only make one change, not multiple changes.
Sorry.
I think also it's important to note the Section 35 analysis helps pinpoint where non-statutory interventions might contribute to outcomes as well, and so it could help lead us in that direction quicker than doing a whole another planning round.
And this is more of a rhetorical question than a question, but it's really, in my opinion, in terms of the processes that we put people through, we talk communities through, that we need to change behaviours and we need to change regimes. So the Whakatau is, and I could bring another one into that, Andrew, actually, the Ahuriri Arms, another one that we could be looking at. But to me, we've planned our way into this. And I think we need to have the opportunity to be non-statutory, because I think we can get there quicker. And the frustrating thing for myself, and I think for Councillor Ord, we talk about this all the time, is the fact that when you go into a planning regime or you go into some sort of consultation around a planning regime, we don't get involved. We don't get involved because we have to make a decision on it at the end of the day. So you sense my frustration in this, Andrew, in terms of where this is going.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, I've got Nook, and then I've got Genevieve, Vicky, David, and Nick at the moment, and a few more. So keep your hands up just briefly, but where you go, Nook?
Tēnā kōrua. I signalled this morning because going back to the key themes that you've highlighted in this paper, evidence requirement, but there was a strong request from ministers. So I'm taking it that it's Minister Simons and also Portaka that you actually engaged with?
We engaged with Minister Simons, Poltaka and Hoggard, and Simons and Hoggard were the ones who were interested in seeing or being involved or informed as or if the project progresses. Minister Major has come late to the party and would probably also be interested, but we haven't had that discussion with him.
And just one more question, supplementary. And it was pretty much around leading off from Councillor Sunkel, actually, or following on from him, particularly around the timing of this, and you've kind of answered that question. But do you think also the Ngāi Tahu freshwater case in the High Court would actually have some issues around that one as well? I know it hasn't. I mean, they're just doing the summations at the moment, but would that also have a influence on it as well?
There was no apparent relationship with those two things in the conversational feedback, but we can't speak for what was going in through their heads either.
Thanks, Nick. Vicky? Oh, sorry, Genevieve. I'll go Genevieve first.
It doesn't really matter which way, but yeah, just with regards to the government putting, direction onto freshwater planning and the likes, how confident are we that we are doing the right thing by even doing a Section 35, considering it's ultimately a freshwater planning tool or, I guess, investigation into? So that's my first question.
Yeah, as I understand it, the Resource Management Act Amendment Act, that restricted us from notifying plans until new national direction or until January 2026. All things considered, this investigation will take the rest of this year. We've estimated 9 months. That to me says that by the time we get to the point of understanding what the issues are, both in the Waitaki and across the wider region, then that prohibition on notifying new freshwater instruments will be lifted. But I think, again, I'll go back to what I was trying to say to Councillor Sunkel and Councillor Scott. We just don't know what to change yet until we've done the investigation. We must have a look at how is the plan performing before we can go and decide that we're going to make these changes. I also want to reiterate that for me, looking right across the region is really important. We have been informed by the 3 southern Runanga that the multiple plans are making things difficult in the Waitaki catchment. That is feedback I've heard from elsewhere in the region across our planning framework. It's not a Waitaki specific issue. I've heard that from farmers in the Selwyn catchment. I've heard that from Runanga, whether they're in Te Ahuriri or in, we could pick any other, Arowhenua. So I just think that it's really important before we jump in to the frying pan of new plan changes that we actually have a deep dive into what's performed well and what hasn't performed well in our existing framework.
Thank you. Oh, you got to follow up? Sorry.
I was just going to add to that, considering that the engagement thus far with the community has been targeted towards just a range of stakeholders. I believe it was like August last year. Those groups are just the ministers, irrigators and TAs, and obviously some Runanga. Do you think somehow that we've kind of narrowed our scope on what is required in that catchment?
I think if we jumped into going to make changes right now without talking extensively to the broader community, we'd be taking an absolute misstep as a council. It's critical to understand the views of our community before enacting changes. We haven't done enough yet. We're asking to do more through the Section 35 work. I agree. I think, in essence, with your comment, we need to talk to more people.
Thank you. Vicky, you ready? Yep.
Yeah, well, mine was going to be along the same lines in that both like even under tier 2 stakeholders. I can't see, for example, Forest and Bird or ETS, or, some of those more environmentally minded stakeholders who do have a broad outlook and who are very experienced in RMA type issues, and who I think are pretty connected to many. So, I wonder if they're omitted. I also note that there's the categorization under the bar charts, and for the tier 2, there is 2 stakeholders missing in the list, I think, because the list has only got 11, but there are 13 who've been contacted. And of the categorizations, the 2 missing look like they're environmental management category. So I don't know who's missing in there, but perhaps that would fill the gap. But do you think that particularly, say, Forest and Bird, some of those key conservation organisations ought to have been brought into that?
The engagement to date was tried to be targeted around central government areas where we might need support in order to do legislative change or for overall awareness of the issues, given it was at the ORC and Canterbury Regional Council levels. And then local users of the resources. So it was very much targeted on, do you think life would be easier if we had more streamlined planning regime? Would it be better if the catchment were managed more in an integrated manner? The next steps will involve that much broader conversation with stakeholders across the motu, the Section 35 effectiveness. We have to look at how people consider that effective and efficiency has been achieved through the planning framework. So I think we've done an appropriate level of, should we keep looking at this to be able to bring you to here, but the next steps definitely involve far more broader conversations.
Just to clarify on that then, is this specifically focused on simplifying and easing the process of accessing resources presumably in a sustainable way, in the way that the RMA is set up, but rather than it being about actually a more holistic and better outcome for the whole of the catchment and a better balance? Because that's where the likes of, to my mind, Forest and Bird and so on would have some input, whereas the explanation you've just given me suggests it's very much about the resource users in a sort of more in a taking context.
To make it easier for resource users to know what they can and can't do, to go to one place to find out if something's going to be a goer or if it's going to be really difficult. So it doesn't mean that would change the dial one way or the other. It totally depends on the outcome of the review where the dial might need to be changed.
Thank you. David?
Could I just
sorry,
finish Vicky's, Councillor Southwest's point. I have a meeting with EDS next week. EDS is a really powerful organisation for us because they do some really good quality research that's independent that helps us. And the Mackenzie Basin is one of the areas that they've focused some of that attention. We would never move forward on any of the planning work, either the RPS or any of the more detailed planning work, without having a conversation across all of the people that can provide, not just EDS, I'm also talking about, say, a Dairy NZ as well, at both sides. But we'd be very silly to move forward with any sort of planning work without understanding what are those key groups doing out there. So EDS is definitely one that I'm going to be talking to. But again, I just want to reiterate, my conversation with Shay is one, what research are you doing on the Canterbury region, not just on the Waitaki, because I want to understand anything that EDS is doing to bring into our future planning work program. Does that help?
Thanks, Andrew. David, and then I've got Nick, Ian, Grant.
Thanks. Just taking up a little on the stakeholders. When we look at the map that's provided on page 175 of the catchment, I'm interested to know just how much of that, in a percentage basis, how much of that total catchment lies within ORC. It's a huge catchment. And secondly, what are the sort of range of interest of the three runangas with respect to the whole catchment? I suppose coming back to ORC, my perception is probably something less than 20% of the catchment would fall within ORC. And I suppose my question ultimately is, what weighting does ORC, with only a slither of the catchment, have to the rest of the grouping that TAs and Runanga have over that total catchment? So has ORC got an equal footing with ECAN, or is it a weighted influence?
At a staff level, we don't really have a system of voting to go, this idea is good and this one's not. We leave that sort of decision making for this table. In my head, if any party comes forward with an issue, then it's incumbent on us as the regional council, whether you're ORC and their neck of the woods or whether you're Environment Canterbury on our side of the border, to go and investigate that to see if there's validity behind that issue. So I don't know if there's a weighting of how much we might put, but there's certainly an understanding of where issues lie. There's a second issue that's forcing, I guess, ORC and ECAN to work together on this. We can only sustainably manage a catchment if we manage a catchment. If we chew off part of the catchment and give that to another authority and we keep part of it, we can never land on that truly sustainable catchment unless we really understand that what one side's doing and what the other side's doing. So that's really driven us to work with ORC on this. But in my understanding, unless you as a council choose to change that approach, my understanding is the decision on our side of the border is ours to make, and the decision on OIC's side of the border is theirs to make. Just smart planning would say that you'd be very, very similar, if not identical, on either side of the border, because our community has properties that straddle that border. And therefore, to make it easy for them, we need to have consistency in that planning framework, and we don't currently have that in its totality, but we do in part.
Thanks, Andrew. Nick?
I guess just adding to what Councillor Easter said, that we know it's not just about below the dam, it's above the dam. So we also have a huge area as part of the Mackenzie District Council and the Waimate District Council, yet we only have a smaller portion on the other side of the river, which is part of the Waitaki District Council. And then as Councillor Southworth said, that's some stakeholders. Where does people like Fish and Game and Forest and Bird and Dock and some of those fit in, and then our, as I've said, our TAs, and what are we trying? I guess I build on what Councillor Scott and Councillor Sutton said. I've got the same concerns there. What, why, and when? What are we trying to achieve, and at what cost? Is this going to be 9 months, or is it going to end up being 18 months at quite a lot of cost? And I guess as a and the other part of the puzzle, when are our irrigators going to have, an involvement in this as well? Because, we do know that it is one of the largest catchments, irrigated areas in New Zealand. And it does, contribute a significant amount of, income to our GDP. And, there's a lot of worried punters out there.
I think the bit that I can answer there is that we're looking at about $180,000 total project cost. Most of that's made up in terms of one full-time equivalent staff member working on this for the next 9 months, the project being completed by the end of this year. The remainder of that is some goods and services cost to contract in some science and technical advice. We're doing very similar work across the wider region because, again, just like we don't want to have a gap between our side of the border and the ORC side of the border, we want to make sure that looking northwards into the rest of the region, where we also have on the books investigate the planning framework, that we're not going to have the Waitaki as a separately managed unit, because I don't believe that, in my opinion as a planner, that doesn't lead to good resource management practice. So I think you've heard from Lisa, Zella and myself over time that where we put the covers on the book isn't actually all that important to us, but consistency in our planning framework across the region is one of the ways of turning the dial, making things simpler for the consenting and the compliance team to actually go out and provide consistent advice to our community. So for me, while we're bringing this to you as a single paper because the request came from the 3 Southern Runanga for the Waitaki, this work is very aligned with the wider work that we're doing across the region, for the same reason as why we'd engage with ORC on this work, because we share a border and our community shares property that spans our catchment boundaries. We need to make sure that we look on both sides of that boundary, hence why this is part of a larger program of work. I hope that helped, Councillor Ward.
Ian?
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Andrew, on Monday we had a Ashburton Zone Committee field trip up and down the length of the Ashburton River, and as you'll be aware, there's considerable disappointment in the delivery of the Ashburton River Plan. And when so my question, I'll get to my question. So the Ashburton District Council, in conjunction with the Zone Committee, asked this council to review the River Plan about this time last year, or a bit later, maybe in the autumn last year, and that was turned down and they were told to wait till 2028 till the plan is up for review. So I guess my question really is when one community asks you to do a review of a plan which they consider is not delivering because of modelling faults or whatever the deficiency of the plan was, why are they rejected and yet other parts of the community can ask for something similar and get a quite a significant response in favour of a review? How do we lift our game out of Ashburton to get the same response from ECAN in terms of getting reviews to enable our community to move on with life?
As I recall, that conversation wasn't one where we said we'd never look at the Ashburton plan. Rather, it was one where we said we will have a look at the Ashburton plan, but as part of the scheduled review process, we've got one scheduled in 2028. We're starting that work program now. We're undertaking the same sort of investigation in Ashburton under the requirements of Section 35 of the Resource Management Act. We're doing that ahead of a full review that you've signalled in the LTP, and we'll be looking at the Ashburton through that. Whether or not we get to the point of changing flow regimes, either in the Waitaki or in the Ashburton, is something that I can't predict at this stage. The thing that I can commit to is looking at the planning framework that we currently have, both in the Waitaki and in the Ashburton, and in fact right across the region, because without investigating whether or not our current framework is efficient, i.e. can it be done at a good cost, or effective, does it deliver the right sort of outcomes that our community's committed to? There, in my head, I don't know what platform we're using to go and review our planning framework in line with the LTP by 2028. Did that help?
Yeah, I think what you said is that there is a review going. You have started a review for the Ashburton, even though it's not an official review as part of this.
A point of order, Chair. I'd like to point of order, standing order 26.2.c, irrelevance. We're talking about the Waitaki here, not about the Ashburton. So I'd like to just go back.
Thanks, Councillor Cranwell. I think Councillor Mackenzie's finished. Have you finished, Councillor Mackenzie? Yep, thank you.
And there was huge relevance. Same request, the same outcome.
Okay, I got Grant.
Thanks, Andrew, for just a couple of queries in terms of clarification for me. In terms of the whole of catchment that you're looking at, because that's spatially what's needed, no matter what the boundaries are. I'm just looking at the recommendations, though. Recommendation 2 talks about you're jointly working with the Otago Regional Council. What's the involvement with the Mackenzie District Council and the Waimate District Council? Are they being regarded as stakeholders rather than integral players in terms of the planning process?
The proposed Section 35 review is looking at the regional council functions, not the district council functions. So in that regard, they are a stakeholder, but they are an integral stakeholder. We try to aid with alignment with those three councils through our district plan liaison work that Amanda, who reports to Andrew's team, leads.
Just supplementary then, yeah, that sort of clarifies it for me. So you're really not going broad enough, are you, in terms of a holistic and integrated approach of bringing those together? Because if you're only focusing on the regional council's responsibilities, you're not bringing into play some of the work being done, for example, by other groups within that spatial context of the Waitaki catchment. And that's good to know, because I mean, the Mackenzie Accord that this organisation worked for, that's a small part. There's an extensive amount of Department of Conservation land identified as outstanding natural landscapes and being managed through Aoraki Mount Cook Conservation Board, Department of Conservation, and like you say, the EDS report on the Mackenzie Basin landscape. So those things are kind of, you're looking at them, but it sounds like you're mainly concentrating on water allocation issues. Is that your primary focus?
Water allocation and water quantity are the primary focus that the Runanga have brought to us. I think, as you point out, there would be a massive opportunity to rise it up a level and look more holistically. However, the scope that we've got to work within is that kind of smaller at this point in time.
Last question, because I'm kind of going back to Councillor Scott's view of non-statutory issues that could be resolved if you take the broader holistic approach. The quality of the water that's in the rivers are all dependent on the land, what's coming off the land effectively. And unless you're looking at the surrounding landscape and seeing what the effects of man's intervention and versus the natural landscape and the relativity between those, then you're going to end up with not being able to understand that whole, I suppose, if I was looking at the freshwater management unit of the Waitaki catchment. Is that something that you would do later after Section 35 is completed?
When we talk about water quality, we are talking about the relationship between activities on the land and the implications that they have in the water. So that when we look at the planning framework, we have the Waitaki plan, which governs the allocation, and then we have our land and water plan, which has rules around water quality, particularly around cumulative effects management. So that all falls under our Section 35. That broader landscape kind of picture wouldn't, because it's much more outside the planning frameworks of regional councils.
Thanks, Grant. Dion?
Actually, I've got one question is around opportunity. Given the potential changes in our regulatory framework, are there opportunities if you go ahead with the Section 35 and the standalone? Actually, I wanted to ask that there's no presumption of a standalone plan for Waitaki, is there? Because the headline is around standalone, so I just want to make sure that that's not the case.
Yes, it's not an appropriately named paper.
Cool, yeah, just wanted to make clear. And then the next part was the opportunities with the changing regulatory framework. If we're going to be doing this data, is there any point in doing this in respect if some of our functions change?
Assuming that we still, as a regional council, need to have a framework to manage the taking of water and the use of the water on farm and the point source and diffuse discharges that come from that. Whether or not we're in charge of the compliance function or not, what we need to know is our current framework delivering on the outcomes that we thought it would, not Waitaki specific. I hope I've made that clear today. I think the second part is that to right across the region, to get the outcomes we're looking for, we're not trying to drill into necessarily an individual property and what they're doing, although we will have controls over the activities of properties. We're looking at those cumulatively as to how they impact on a catchment basis. So while we're looking here and saying we're looking at the Waitaki, we're going to look at the Ashburton, and we're going to look at the Hiranui, and we're going to look at all our catchments, we do need to take an approach where we start to investigate how is that catchment performing against its community expectations. And I hope you're getting that we want to look right across the region, want to look at how our planning framework's performing, but we also want to look at the Waitaki catchment, because it's only at looking at all of the activities within that catchment and that hour that we can get an idea of how do all those plan rules create an outcome for that catchment, because the same plan rules, if you applied them to a different catchment, may have a different outcome. That's actually not the case in Canterbury. We have multiple plans in multiple different catchments with always slightly different rules. It's important that we understand which ones of those are actually performing and which ones aren't, and are they because of that particular geographic situation, or is it because of our regulatory interventions within those areas? I hope I've done a half decent job of answering that question.
Thank you, Andrew. I mean, I'm just in the back of my mind listening to the changes coming through with, you know, the reduction of zones and all of these. So if there's an opportunity there to work with the government on the changes, if we're going to be doing this work, I don't want it to be in vain, and I actually want us to help the government lead some of the work and get that data. If there's possibility of doing that, that would be great.
And I think it will, Dion, because, you know, if you look at the two proposals, one's around the spatial planning and the Planning Act, but the other one's around environmental limits and protections, enhancement of the environment. So I think that's where I see this stuff sit. Someone's going to have to set the limits, someone's going to have to enforce them, etc. So I think that this is exactly what we need, because if we don't do this work, we're not going to know how to advise people going forward on what to do. And I take Peter's point about the non-statutory stuff, and I hope that, like as we've heard from staff, this will help uncover what can we do quicker, what does plans and rules do, and what does non-statutory stuff do. So I think it's exactly what we need, because at the moment, as we know, because of the other REMA change that stopped us doing freshwater planning, we can't actually do that at the moment. But what we can do is take a good look at what we've done and be ready, whatever the regime that comes in. So that's my opinion. I think it's a really important piece of work that we need to do. I do have, Yane's got a question. Have you finished, Dion?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yane?
Oh, you covered most of what I was going to say. But anyway, Andrew, just confirmation. These are staff recommendations right here. Yep. And just confirming, section 35 of the RMA deep dive into the planning, just like Chair Pauline said, across the whole of the catchment. Consistency, and this will help advise the community in that area as well. Yep.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm loath to go round again, so I know some people have put their hand up again. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I just want to say thanks, Andrew. I just a lot of confusion on my mind, but I think your explanations and Zella saying, no, we are not putting a plan in place where we're informing what the future might be that would feed into something into the future. So I'm happy with and I'm pleased with the explanations you've given. Thanks.
Cool. Let's get into the resolutions, I think, if there's no more questions. You got a question? Cool. You happy to move? Cool. Sweet. Yeah, it took a while, didn't it?
Second that.
Cool. So happy to move. Cool. Thanks, Councillor Burns and Councillor Cranwell. We'll go to discussion. Do you want to open up, Greg? You happy? Yeah. Jan, do you want to speak now or at the end?
At the end.
Cool. Who wants to speak? Peter?
Yeah, I think the conversation's helped me a bit, but I'll go back to what you said. I mean, as long as I've been sitting at this table, which is a reasonable amount of time now, the thought always was we need the regulation sitting in the cupboard and we need communities to take charge of their own destiny. So we need non-statutory stuff, and we need the opportunity as councillors to go and confront communities. And Nick and I have, as I said before, Nick and I have talked about this, going and standing in the, in the Waitaki Hall and saying, "Hey guys, this has got to change here," and also pulling others in, like banks and other companies, because I think that's the sort of the power that we have. So I'm just a little bit afraid of pushing myself over the edge here and fully supporting this. Because what I would like, and Andrew's made the point that Section 35 is going to apply across the country. I bet you, Andrew, if you and I started in Kaikoura and walked down the main road, we could say we need to look at that. We need to look at that. This isn't working here, and that's not working here. So what I feel is that we're, and don't take this personally, Andrew, about planners, because you're a wonderful bunch of folk, but I feel that when we agree to go into a planning regime, we lose control. And I said that before, because all the plans that I've been involved in here, we have to sit back and let communities have their say. And the thing that we see more often than not is that communities get fearful, communities get confused, communities think they're missing out. We hear that all the time. You're not listening to me. In the RPS, I would come and talk to you about all this stuff and you didn't listen to me. So that's why I favour the other approach, Craig, and I know you are sort of along those lines too. I think I'll give my support to this, but only to the extent that we need to understand what Section 35 means more than what we do right at this point in time.
Thanks, Peter. Anyone else wishing to speak? Sorry, I had Nook next. Yeah, where you go, Nook?
Look, just the last part of what Peter Scott just said is that, and Councillor Cranwell actually asked it last week around that Section 35, and then really understanding what that Section 35 is about, or how we can actually use it in this instance. The other part, which I found really interesting in this, is that you had 3 runanga come to you 2 years ago with their concerns around all the different plans that are there and how can you better actually do it. And then, we've heard today around, whole of catchment, broader approach, all of that. But even looking at the way they've carved up this here, and you've got ORC, and then you've got the other councils. And ORC, I'm looking at it and thinking they probably, and there was a question around with Councillor East around the weighting here, but it's around 30%. So that's a very colonial way of looking at it, actually, because, and that's why these three runanga came and actually presented this, because there was another approach, which was actually the way that we look at it, that Ngāi Tahu looks at it, and that's a broader approach around the takiwā. And that's why where the Waitaki sits, it actually sits in, the 3 takiwā of those runanga. And there's always, and that's why the non-statutory stuff, all of this. And so I think looking at this, because at the end of the day, and it's really interesting what Bishop said, he tried to simplify this thing by saying we've got all these plans and we only need a few of them. But it's not quite simple when you start talking about treaty settlements and all of that, because in doing this, sure, the RMA, there's changes coming, we all know that, but there's still the other obligations actually that we have to adhere to here, and that's, I think, what the runanga are actually relying on as well, is that as a partner, we really do need to be talking about all of the different possibilities on how this can work. And by looking at it, and that's not in the way we think, because it's got to be the whole of river or the whole of catchment, as Councillor Edge said. So, yeah, it's quite difficult to actually say to our staff, yeah, carry on and do it, when there's all sorts of sort of things that are going to come at us, and whether it's actually, whether it's parked, because at the end of the day, it's going to take another 9 months to get to where we think we should be. And so when you look at a Runanga perspective, that's 3 or 4 years since they actually first came to the regional council. So anyway, yeah, I'm not sure yet. I mean, I'll be actually really interested to see what others are saying.
It's not Nick.
Yeah, I feel a bit like Peter and a bit like Nook. Sort of some bits of it I don't like, and there's some bits that I think we need to move on with it. And but if it's going to take 9 months to a year, well, some of us may not be here to see the outcome of it. But I guess it's also about involving all the stakeholders, and it is a big area of land, and there's a lot of stakeholders involved.
It is that.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Kia ora, Nick. David?
Thanks. Look, I think this is a quite complex catchment, and going into a proposal for Section 35, I'm not really that sort of confident that the stakeholder interest is being accessed fully. I look at point 9, whilst the feedback didn't strongly oppose investigation, I take it from that sort of comment that it was pretty neutral, and I don't think a lot of the stakeholders that could have a say have had an adequate say in the process going forward. I look at 14 options there listed under 14. We had A and B, and I'm a little disappointed that B wasn't actually included in the final recommendation. That we have the opportunity to say no. Other than voting the motion down, we don't have the option to request that work stops. And I think ultimately the primary concern I have with this whole situation is this river is actually under the jurisdiction of the Waitaki Act. It has huge national significance from a hydroelectric point of view, and I can't see that if sorry, I'll backtrack. It's got a vast amount of interest nationally, and I can't see the government allowing an integrated management process that may potentially upset the hydroelectric concept there. And I think really we could spend a hell of a lot of money on this, and ultimately the government could veto the whole lot. So I'm a bit dubious about this, and I am on a similar wavelength to Councillor Mackenzie when it comes to looking at other catchments in the area that we're not considering Section 35 there. But this one, I think, has got too many fish hooks, too many identified stakeholders to get a positive outcome, and ultimately for me, I think from the point of view of the country, the significance of this catchment to the hydroelectric generation and that impact on anything that may come out of it, I just have that fear that we could be spending a hell of a lot of money, and in the end the government will just say, sorry, we're not going to play ball here. So I won't be supporting the recommendation.
Thanks, David. Vicky, you're next. I've got a couple of councillors after that. I do just want to say, look, I actually agree that the non-statutory work is really important, and because of our, the RMA restriction around planning, we can't do any planning at the moment. So we're not jumping into plans. That's why I think this work is actually really important in the background. But I take the point that everyone's made that we've got some issues, right, people? And we need to deal with them. So I'm actually really supportive of the non-statutory work. I'm just trying to work out a way with our staff. I mean, that's obviously not totally in Andrew and Zella's area, but we need to start thinking about it. And we have and I've definitely raised it with Stephanie a few times about, that restriction on our planning framework does compel us to look at the non-statutory even more. So I want to work out a way to do that, but I don't know, haven't got the mechanism yet. This is to support that work in the background, I think, because we need to take a good look at ourselves, people, and this is what a Section 35 does. It takes a good look at what we've done in the last 10 years and says, is it working? I think I've heard Councillor Mackenzie talk about this many times about, is it actually leading to outcomes on the ground? Well, that's what we want to know. So that's what this will give the framework to bring that back. Yes, it takes a while. I think 9 months is tough for all of us. So I did, in terms of Resolution 3 there around, we'll come back to the outcomes on the review. Well, I think we need some updates quicker than that. So that would be something that maybe needs to come back to Council about, some timely updates about how the initial work's going. But also in the interim, I want to work with Stephanie and the team to say, what else are we going to do in this space, people, about that non-statutory stuff? I think we've got to get industry in the room. We need to get environmental groups in the room. We need to get the EDS in the room and say, come on, people, let's pull our socks up and get something done, because the issues in Waimati, for example, aren't going away. I'm really keen on that. So if you can trust that, we'll do some work on that and bring that back to Council as well about some steps forward in that space while this is going on. I think that's just important to note. Vicky, and then we've got Genevieve and Grant.
Just, Mr. Chair, shall I move that we extend the meeting?
We don't have to at the moment because we didn't reconvene until 2:12. 2:50 or something. Anyway, we've got a bit of time, so thank you. Vicky.
Yeah. So, no, I'm pleased to see the Section 35 work happening and that it will look across the region. We've got a planning framework. We need to understand where it has and hasn't worked. Often the non-statutory comes into play because something isn't working. It's not a solution in itself that could replace the planning framework. Absolutely agree, if there's simplification to be had to make things easier for everybody, great, but as long as the protections are in place for the environment and water flows and all those things that we know are fundamental and why we have a planning framework at all. I think it's, just really important that we do this work. To me, the planning framework is only ever the minimum standard. Right? That's the minimum standard to carry out the activities you want to carry out. Obviously, there's a whole lot of stuff that's permitted, and so that's where compliance enforcement and the like comes in, because you can be permitted and do stuff. You've got to be responsible for following the rules. And so, anyone can go beyond the minimum standard of the planning framework, and great if you do non-statutory stuff that gets you beyond and above, that's brilliant. But I think this is really important work, and we should absolutely be doing this and making the most of the next opportunity we have to get the planning framework right for everybody. Kia ora.
Grant and Genevieve. Genevieve, do you want to go next?
You both actually just said most of the stuff I wanted to say. However, I just, I think we need to reiterate too that we haven't once mentioned the values of the river or the catchment, and I think we need to really bring into the environmental standards that we need in here. Section 35 report is just a duty to gather information and monitor and keep records, and I think it's our duty anyway, but if we can involve so many more people in that gathering of information, I think the better. And, the RPS list that we put together at the time was actually pretty good. And if we could maybe look at, involving some of those groups to get some information would be really helpful. So that's, I agree with it and go ahead with it.
Thanks, Genevieve. Grant?
Yeah, I think that the report and Andrew's conveyed pretty well that this is Section 35. It's a mandatory part of the plan review process, and I'm just looking at item 16 on page 173, where it talks about this work will align well with the broader work program to develop an integrated plan that aligns coastal and land and water planning documents. And so that's something that's in advance of, or the next step up from our regional policy statement, which sort of sets broader goals, and I think it's obviously needed. And I think the follow-on work will be a much better or much more involved in the detail of looking at those geospatial characteristics and all those other things that go on in a wee bit more detail, and bringing together all of those multiple amazing planning processes that have already gone on in that catchment. I'm really supportive of getting on with that. Great.
Thanks, Grant. Let's go back to Jan and then Greg.
Kia ora. Yeah, I just reiterate Andrew when he said this is staff recommendations. We heard previously in a paper that this council table loves to support staff recommendations. So hopefully some of those councillors take that on board. I really support the work done proposed here, looking forward with staff to really, as we've heard, it's a complex catchment. And so, therefore, we need to do this work. We've heard all these people talking about that we shouldn't do the work because it is complex. I think Andrew and his team have reiterated today that because it is, it is the most probably the superior river throughout Aotearoa. The tiers from Aoraki all the way to the, following the Waitaki down to the sea. That this should be done. So I'm really looking forward to it, and I'll be supporting. Kia ora.
Greg?
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep that fairly brief. I was going to start with ko Waitaki te awa, ko Aoraki te maunga. And that's certainly the significance of this, although I'll sort of work my way through. First thing I want to do is apologise to the chair and the table for my phone ringing. I got the modern rickroll. I'm sorry for you. It's apparently some angry lawyer calling people anti-Semitic, so I pushed a button and was going to be yelled at, so you might find that in your phones or something. The second one I wanted to say is thank you. I really want to thank you. I thought you presented the report briefly but very well. You explained everything very well, and I thought you answered the questions brilliantly. So I really do appreciate that. Thank you. I thought I had enough by reading the report. You really have helped. And I think that's the thing. There's been a lot of discussion around the table. There's a wee bit of anecdote in there. Interesting thing about anecdote, apparently they're really good for witness accounts in a court case, but they don't determine the outcome. And that's why an investigation, I think, is needed. Just thought I'd throw that one in there. I just, at one stage there, I thought, God, if we're starting to worry about the boundaries here, about the Waitaki, can you imagine what it's going on in the UAE at the moment? If you don't know what's going on in the UAE, just look at the international news tonight. I'm really excited about it. Again, if you don't know, you don't know. So why not find out? I'll keep it at that. I just think it's great. Good report, well explained, great questions, good discussion here, and I think the discussion here covers a wide range of things which will be much better known when we do investigate. Kia ora.
Thanks, Greg. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Okay, Councillor East. Any others? No? Thank you. Do you want that noted, Councillor East? All good. Thank you. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, we're now moving to, and thanks team. Thanks Andrew, thanks Ella. We're moving to 8.4, I think. Yep, this is the thanks Dave for your long patience and waiting to be at the table. So when you're ready, we'll hand to yourself, and I know Giles is coming up as well. And this is a response to the notice of motion in February. So hand over to you.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Look, I'm just going to take the paper as read, and I think it'll be helpful then for Giles and I to respond to any questions. There's just one point I would note before I do that, which is the importance of paragraph 4 in me drafting this paper in terms of trying to define a little bit about what we're looking at, because that has led to some other thinking throughout the paper. So I think if that's noted, and I'll hand to you for questions, Chair.
Cool. Just the first one from me is just around in terms of some timing. So if we do approve number 7, resolution 7, what are we looking at in terms of some time frames in terms of reporting back or some of the work happening?
I'll also let Giles comment if he wants to on this, but I think there's two interrelated things here, and I think some pragmatism needed. I think in terms of paragraph 7, recommendation 7 is probably the one that we are keenest to explore, and there are plans and steps in place right now to engage with Treasury in the next few days or as soon as we can get hold of the right contact. So that's the immediate one. And I think that's going to need us to work with them on an example or an assumption just in the meantime, and post that discussion, then depending on how that goes, we can address recommendation 6. If we got to that stage of addressing recommendation 6, I think it would be in and around June that we'd be able to come back into here.
Cool. Thank you. Giles, did you want to? You good?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to correct. I think we're talking about 7 and 8.
Oh,
yep.
Sorry, 7
With
and 8.
the previous draft.
Sorry.
Assuming that we get agreement today, we will engage with Treasury immediately, test their interest and appetite using an example, and then if there is appetite and interest, we will then work out what are other things we might want to use it for.
Thank you. That's real helpful. I'll go Grant and then John, Vicky.
Chair, I was just going to flag that I've got a proposed amendment, number 9, with an additional recommendation. I did circulate that earlier on.
Cool. I'll take that in a minute. We'll just ask any other questions and go from there. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my questions was probably a little wider than the specifics of what we're trying to achieve here. And it revolves around, when I read the paper, we go and see the roadblocks and the hoops we need to jump through to get to a point. And if I read the paper correctly, we would start to jump through those hoops if we had sign off at the end. And I guess in my mind, to be enabled to be nimble as an organisation, what mechanisms could we put in place today that would enable us to be fast movers if we got to the point? It just seems a little, it's chicken and egg in my mind. Can we go out? Can we consult? Can we make a change without putting it in place as such? Then, if the occasion arises, we have the ability to enact it. The chicken and egg and the timeline and delays, the way as I see it rolled out, not effective, not efficient, and not particularly nimble.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Chair. So we tried to intimate in the paper, and probably haven't been as clear as we could be, that we believe the first pragmatic step is in the context of a subsidiary loan, which is underwritten by central government. My understanding, having spoken to Audit, is that it is legally possible. But the question is there any interest and appetite from Treasury and government departments for doing it? So if we can establish that there is an interest and an appetite, then we can come back and go, well, what are the kinds of things we might use it for? Accelerate the consultation if it's needed, then put in place the mechanism. If there's no appetite from Treasury, then you kind of stop at first hurdle.
Thanks for that. And it does revolve around actually having a line and a budget that says we shall pay and the like. So we need those guarantees. But I guess in my mind, if there's stuff that we can do in parallel so that we don't get to one and then have to start the next, was just my thinking of some of that provisional work being done.
I've got I've got Vicky next, and then I know Peter. But could you wait to the end because you were and you can ask some wrap up questions, and then I've got Nick as well, and then Grant, you got another question. So way go, Vicky.
So I think the originator of this, I think, is around the Wilding Pine funding, and so presumably point 8, you can be engaging explicitly around that at this point. In terms of then the purposes that you could use for the subsidiary loan, assuming that the answer to 8 is yes, it's something that Treasury is interested in, etc., then that would be wider, that you're thinking of potentially other things. You look across all the things that we might do and put those all out there. And so I'm just talking through what I'm envisaging the steps to be, and that there then would be needing to get a sense of what council would consider as being things that we would like to think of. Are you thinking, because in paragraph 6, then you say it's really important to establish a framework of principles, like the principles that would then bound those types of decisions. That sounds like quite a complex thing to put, but I'm wondering, is that part of what we're proving here, or is that something that would come along later? It's almost like there's a series of stages here, but it's all coming through as one lump of recommendations. So what do you see as the steps, and when do those strong principles and the whole debate with council come in?
So, great question, Councillor, through you, Chair. So one of the challenges with writing this paper is that it does not explicitly refer to any particular activity. It's a generic request. So we've tried to frame the response in terms of generically if council wanted to do this. But there's a difference between having is this possible, and is this something that Treasury or a government department might potentially entertain, and giving them a real example of Wilding Pines and saying, will you support this, MPI and Treasury? What we're conscious of is that, or our understanding is what council wants to do is explore in the context of Wilding Pines, but also see if it is a tool or a lever that they could use more broadly. And in using it or designing it more broadly, we would also want to ensure that it didn't create opportunities for misuse by future councils in a way that wasn't intended by the decision that is being made. So trying to go, well, what types of activity would we potentially use it for? What are the time periods that we are using it for? So you'll see in the paper, we have assumed it's a nationally ongoing funded programme rather than a one-off grant for a year. Now, we'd need to work through what those things are. And as I say, our view, first step is Treasury, do you have any appetite? Because my understanding is the current action that's been taken is that I believe the Chair has written to the Minister of Finance asking for Treasury officials to engage with us. We have had no contact. So we're asking for permission to reach out. I have contacts at Treasury from a previous life. We will reach out and go, who do we best speak to? Let's have a conversation. Understanding all the context, we can then bring that back to Council and go, Treasury is absolutely all over this, or at the other extreme, Treasury is not interested at all. Therefore, is it worth doing any further work?
And that was really where I was also wanting to get to, is like how much of you looking at all of this sort of in isolation rather than in a sequence, and when do we get the sort of next? But you assured.
So if we get agreement today, then I can make the phone call by the end of the week, as long as I can get hold of the person I'm going to ring.
I'll go to Grant and then back to Nick and Peter.
You kind of answered a little bit. My question was going to be this issue about a small loan that's repeating, for example, versus a one-off loan, and asset purchase or development versus an operational matter. Wilding Pines operational, and then asset purchase or whatever could be something different. So presumably there's different ways of how the loan can be arranged. That's, but that's still to be determined, so that's fine.
Thanks, Grant. Ian, and then I'll go to Nick and Peter, because you want to save you to the end because you've been heavily involved. But
yeah, and I don't want to prolong this conversation, but I just I was reading some of your sort of cautions, and I accept that you need confirmation from central government in relation to its willingness to underwrite and repay a loan. But if you had that, actually, it seems to me that we would only be applying for the loan for a specific reason, and that reason doesn't need to be determined yet. But you'd need to have that when you're talking to Treasury. And if you actually have that guarantee, then that sits as an asset on our balance sheet, which balances the liability. And so I can't see why it actually has any material effect on our reserves. And you make a issue here about financial hang on, where I've underlined it, operating, whether it's the definition of an asset or an operating expenditure or reserve deficit or debt guarantee, in that paragraph 20, it just seems to me that the accounting policy sounds a bit double Dutch to me, that if you break down, the asset and liability, they tend to balance itself out, in which case that should show on our balance sheet. And in the case of dealing with something like Wilding Pines, where there's a clear liability there if our policy is to rid our high country of Wilding Pines, or whether it's, and it's the same whether it's wallabies or any other pest, biosecurity pest, I guess, is the asset is not having those things. So the liability is the danger that they're going to take over. And in this case, the purpose of Peter Scott's was actually to reduce the size of the liability by helping the government fund the answers, so that and therefore protecting the asset rather than creating a new asset. And so I just wonder if we're just being a bit closed-minded about the way we're trying to describe the accountancy principles.
There's a series of questions in there, but I think I'd say that there's a sequence of things to work through here, and in one of those points in the sequence, there is some significant kind of accounting thinking. I've tried to give some starting points for that here, and I think it could get quite technical depending on the structure of any available transaction, and then we'd have to work that through with both advisors and with Audit New Zealand. I think you're highlighting some potential points of discussion. I think that is down the track in a sequence that would need to happen about getting advice.
Nick?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this paper to us. I mean, I guess originally we thought this was an opportunity to deal with a problem we have in the Mackenzie regarding Wilding Pines, but the more and more Peter and I talked about it, we believe that we create an opportunity for other problems or situations in the future, so that the opportunity was always there. I mean, the other purpose was that it would have no effect on our balance sheet, because it would be a back-to-back covered loan underwritten by the government of the day, which would cover all interest and principal. And I believe, I don't think that we can say it's, and I agree, sorry, I'll go back to what Councillor Southworth.
Nick, just clarifying, we're just still in questions. You can speak to this when we get to the resolutions, but have you got still in questions? Sorry, I'm just trying to get us to the end of the questions and then we can go to the debate. Sorry, Nick.
Sorry.
Oh, good. But I know you want to speak to this, so we can get back to that when we get to the debate. Is that all right? Is that okay?
Yep. No, thank you.
Cool.
Sorry.
Sorry, Nick. Oh, good. So, Peter, have you got questions? No. You want to speak to it? Cool. Is there any other questions from councillors? No, not at the moment. I think I'm just trying to catch my mind up here. Oh, the other top I raised about the when would we get a report back? You said maybe June, depending on how the next steps go. I totally get that. I know Grant raised earlier on about maybe when that comes back, could it go to ARC? Is that a good place for it to go? I'm just trying to speed this up. How do councillors feel that's a good place for it to go back to? So that initial report back goes back to them and then comes back to council. Yeah, John, you happy?
Look, I am happy with that, and I had canvassed with the independent members who thought if it works, and they could see no reason why it wouldn't. So I think it's a good place for them to look at potential risk.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think that's a good choice too, but I hope it doesn't just. This is one of those things that doesn't go into in committee. I think this is a process we need to have, like in the public all the way through.
I just think it's in terms of the next steps, and then ultimately everything comes back to council after that, but it's just a place to put that feedback. Giles, you got any thoughts on that?
Certainly happy to provide an update to ARC as appropriate, and just to support what Dave has said, is whatever circumstances we end up with, there will be some potentially challenging accounting issues, but there are, as you all know, accounting standards that need to be followed that might not quite align with the view of what we should be doing for the best of the community, and the accounting standards are somewhat behind and reasonably conservative in that space.
So in terms of that, I mean, we can either just put it as a note that, there's some agreement around the room to bring it back to ARC as a first step within whatever time frame, but at least by June, and just note that rather than make it a resolution. Are people happy with that?
I think it's better to be in a resolution schedule so that we know it's there.
Okay. How do people feel about that? You want to put it as a resolution? We just need to get some words in different. Yeah. I think as a secretarial note, let's put it there because then it's in the minutes and we'll go from there. So do I have a mover for the resolutions? Yeah. Councillor Scott and Councillor Sunkel. Cool. Do you want to speak to it, Peter? Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, well, actually, look, this was pretty specific, but it started with wildings, and I think we've got a wee bit wide. And so we have got a good example to use that on because it's a statutory responsibility that we're trying to upkeep with a lack of funds in it. So wildings was the target, and casual conversations that we've had with officials, minister staff and others, they're receptive to a conversation. So, you know, there's a bit of that work being done already. I know you're putting it in the boxes that you need to put it in to make this make this work. And my conversation with a pretty well-experienced audit and risk person was that you would need to be specific if this was to go ahead in terms of the contractual obligation that this had between two parties. And in the case you didn't have a contractual obligation, it would be just pure debt. But if you had a contractual obligation, it could be neutral. So that's accounting standard stuff. It's nothing to do with me. But the point that I was going to make, this could be moot anyway, because in May we get a budget. And you know, if we get wilding funding to catch us up to where we need to be, why do we need wilding funding from this source? So, but I still think it's worth continuing with, and I think that I'm just really happy that it's got to where it's got to. So, thank you,
John.
And to echo those words, and I guess to come back to my point, it may not be wilding pines, but it might be something else. We can build the engine if the engine's there. We don't have to turn the key, but if we have some controls around it, then it's there if we need it, and we're not having to spend time over time to get to a point where we can make something happen. So for me, the wider view of having something in place that allows us in the future to be nimble would be very useful. So yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Nick, you want to speak to it? Yep.
Yeah, I just think that this, as Councillor Scott has alluded to, and him and I have talked about this a lot as we've been driving up and down the road together. It originally started for wilding pines because of lack of funding. But you know, we need to move forward, and we need to look at this. Could be also used for wider issues within our operation in future times. I think the opportunity for misuse is difficult because it is difficult to predict the future, and if we got the right boundaries in place, I don't think that'll happen. And as I just like to fully support this motion going forward.
Yeah, I was. Well, obviously, we'll have to go forward with it. I think it's a good idea to at least try it. But I mean, the whole idea of having this subsidiary kind of deal is essentially central government allowing control of a project locally, which for a government that seems to be going through a central process rather than devolving responsibility locally. But I mean, potentially because it's a national. If it is for example, the wilding pine stuff, it's of national interest. But I think if it was set up as a way of dealing with perhaps infrastructure projects that we might have, then I think that would be even better. But the risk is there. It's described there of the risks about the ability of our ratepayers or the central government to change their mind, and then we're in the difficulty in terms of ratepayers. So there's some precautionary things there and some risks for us pursuing it. But I think we'd have to be clever about how much money and what's the time frames of getting the money back over a period of time.
Just on that point about putting it to ARC, so the next meeting is when? In May?
The next meeting's the 15th of May.
So there might be an update to the ARC meeting in May. I think that'd be good. Thank you. Okay, yeah, Nick, you want to speak to it?
I took all this. Reason is because, it started with an idea around Wilding Pines, and now it's morphed into this, and I think that the grant, Councillor Edge has actually covered off the kind of risk factors and all of that, but there's nothing like having something you're going to get your money back, and then you're going to pick up a whole lot of value on the way as well. So, tautoko.
Thank you. So we put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Going on to 8.5. This is in page 197 of our agenda. I think this is our last thing. I think. Been a bit all over the place, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll cross the rest of them off. So this is our paper on additional funding for Wilding Conifers again. So this has come in, and Judith, Gelder, and Carl, welcome to the table. So Judith's our General Manager for Catchment Implementation, and Carl is our Manager for Biodiversity and Biosecurity. Welcome. And I'll hand it over to you.
Kia ora, and thanks for having us here today. Look, I'm going to, the information's been set out on the paper, but there's a little bit of an update, and I'll just hand over to Carl to talk through, but if you've got any questions after that, more than happy to respond.
Kia ora. I'll take the paper as read. I know you've all had a really long day, but I've got 2 quick points I do want to raise. The first is in terms of the 300k of funding that we are giving consideration to from LINZ. There is a potential through agreement with LINZ to carry that over into the next financial year. So if we encounter an issue where we struggle with delivery, we're able to push that delivery timeframe out a little bit further. The second point that I'd like to raise is in relation to recommendation 3, where we're really just, I guess, testing the water a little bit to see whether or not there's any the potential to put in place a delegation which enables us to not have to, in this financial year, as it relates to the wild and conifer and wallaby programs, keep coming back to council. It is possible that we will receive further funding, and delivering is quite difficult in such a small time period. So anything that we can do to enable efficiencies would be great. With that, I'll hand back.
Cool. Is there any questions for Carl or Judith? No. Okay, Nick, do you want to move that? Cool. And seconder, Councillor Sunkel. You want to speak to it? No. Yes. Wait. Oh, you want a question? Okay, sorry, John. Yep.
There was a question raised, and it was, I think, Councillor Edge or someone along the way, of the administrative costs in some of these processes. So would that recommendation 3 reduce some of that potentially, or just how we fine-tune and costs associated with giving effect to as opposed to killing pine trees?
Through the chair, just for clarity, are you speaking to time from our staff or project management costs? Or
I guess across the board. There was a question around what does project management cost across the board, and if we looked at the page, I think Councillor Edge identified the 8.6 million. What are those back office costs that sit there, and what actually gets out on the ground? And does a simplified process such as this maybe minimise the back office costs and timing and put more on the ground?
Through the chair, the short answer is probably not, but it would make life a lot easier. Yeah.
Thank you, John. Any other questions, Grant?
Yeah, my question was the 300k has a $15,000 project management cost, which is about 5%. 5% on 8.6 million is about 430,000 k. Is that the order of project management costs that we're looking at overall for the project?
Through the chair, not quite. So we only cover a portion of the project management costs out of the ratepayer fund, and that portion is forecasted to be around 206k for the 8.6 million. The other part of that funding is covered through an agreement when we receive the national funding. 5% of any national funding that we receive is able to be set aside for the purposes of project management.
Just following on from that then, we obviously had a recent report on project management, some issues that have arisen on a couple of our projects. In the money that you're getting through other agencies, what is the reporting? Is there a reporting process that they require in terms of satisfaction of the delivery of the project and the ongoing project management, contract management, to make sure that any variations are accounted for, all of those sort of things? Is that part of the deal?
Through the chair, in short, yes, there is a requirement to provide a full report on all operations delivered through the national program from all regional councils.
So that reporting that you give to them, will a fairly comprehensive report be conveyed through the regional delivery committee? I was suggesting that it comes through the audit and risk, but if it goes through the regional delivery committee as a really good report about where things, really assurance that the contract management and procurement process is really top notch.
Through the chair, we have not done that to date. If that's a request of the committee, it's something that we can provide.
Cool. Maybe we bring that up in the RDC next time, Grant, because, yeah, I mean, you have done presentations to us before, though, about how the whole program's going, and it does get reported. Is that, just trying to think, where does that get reported? Is it annual plan, or just annual report, I mean, sorry? Or is it just an impact framework? I'm just trying to get my head around. I have seen stuff before, but how on, Grant?
Sorry, through the chair. Look, I'm trying to recall with the committee changes, actually, but we have brought some updates around the delivery of the national programs for Wilding and Wallaby to the council, and perhaps we're due to do that for this financial year. It'll be good. We haven't given you the visibility of all that work. It's really important to recognise, I think, that the project management here also includes the health and safety aspects and assurance and audits of all our operational sites. That is a big, expensive job of getting out there and checking that all those high-risk activities are being done appropriately to both Environment Canterbury standards and those of MPI. So that's a big chunk of that money right there. It's not just shuffling paper on desks, it's actually going out and observing the activities and auditing them in the field. So I do just want to shine a light on that aspect, given the concerns raised around the amount, a proportion of that cost.
Sounds like RDC is a good place for it, so Nick, might be something to take up when you do your next thing about your agendas, so thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Should we put this to the vote? Any discussion on it? So, Dion, no? No, we've already got a mover and a seconder. So we've got Nick and John. You want to speak to it anymore?
I just think we had a national Wilding Pine, National Committee Wilding Pine Committee meeting on Monday. Stephen Hall, Operation Manager, was online as well, and this was one thing we discussed, is that we had this big trench of money recently from the International Visitor Levy Fund, which we're going to, well, when I say we, our staff on the ground have to go really hard to spend that before the end of the financial year. And it's not that we're not grateful for it, but it's just, it does put, and the other thing is that, someone brought up, you alluded to the fact around health and safety. We don't want our staff up in the hills in the wintertime when it's wet and slippery and slidey and putting them at risk either. So if we can actually carry some of that funding over from one tranche to the next, it's I think we've got to I guess have a look at that, and and when we get funding that comes to us that we haven't planned on, I mean, we've got to grab it with all open arms, because we are several $1 million behind in deferred maintenance. So I think we've got to make these policies pretty open armed so we can grab them.
Thanks, Nick. Shall we put this to the vote? You want to speak to this, Grant?
Yeah, I just want to follow up and just say the importance, given the Deloitte report, we need to make sure that the learnings that are stated in that report, that we are following those to avoid complications of variation overruns, that everything's being managed properly, we are making sure that there's no fraudulent activity taking place, and the delivery and the expectations are really delivered really well, and including the health and safety requirements and too. So it is really important, and I just ask staff to make sure that's at the top of the agenda, and perhaps talk to Giles about what was in the Deloitte report in terms of the learnings and how his team is going through that at the moment to address the shortcomings of those things.
Cool, and that sounds like a good discussion at ARC actually as well. So I think you should bring it up there. Thank you. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. I think that's our last agenda item. Can I have confirmation of that? I'm pretty sure we've gone through everything. Yep. So thanks everybody. Councillor Davies, Dion?
Just before we close the meeting, I just want to say a big congratulations to Councillor Scott, who 10 minutes ago became another grandfather. So congratulations to Councillor Scott.
And while we're at it, Dion, congratulations for your PhD the other week too. So just noting that. So I know you've got to go away later in the year to get that done, but just acknowledge your work you've done behind the scenes while you've been a councillor. Tēnei te mihi kia koe. Councillor Davies. Oh, sorry, just got to do the official next meeting thing. The next meeting is 30th of April 2025, 10:30.
Draw together from above, draw together from below. Let the life force settle, the life force of well-being for all. Join, gather, unite as one.
Amen. Kia ora.